5.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, howdy, howdy. What's going on? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, greetings, and fist bumps, salutations. My name is Alan Cox. He just said it, but, you know, I'll say it again. Say hi to Bill Squire. He is right over there.
Yo, crippy hugs.
Mary Santora is, as the kids say, in the house.
What up?
Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
Everyone's present and accounted for. What a day to be alive. What an exciting time for you and me and that guy who just walked by in his open-toed sandals. I guess there's no other kind for men, right? Are there closed-toed sandals for men?
Yeah,
Are there really, like Madras and what? Okay,
They exist.
I don't know those kinds of sandals. My sandal knowledge begins and ends at flip-flops. I didn't even have Birkenstocks in college, and I went to college a good 30 years ago. And I never got into the Birkenstocks thing. Wasn't my vibe, but everybody, of course, swears by them. Talks about how comfortable they are. But, hey, if you want to join us, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007. If you want to join us on the phone, 800-348-1007. You might be saying to yourself, Alan, I don't have that much to say. It's never stopped us. And we certainly can't be expected to hold you to a higher standard. So don't let that dissuade you. If you want to text 35192, that's a little more frictionless for you. If you want to leave messages for us, the iHeartRadio app, we'll hook you up there. You can also leave voicemails for us. I had sent a message to the group text about a guy that I saw in a store this morning. I had to peel off on my way to work and do a quick errand. And I don't think that I can repeat what the guy's shirt said. All I thought was that was absolutely a rejected vanity plate that this guy, but there was a big dude that I saw.
Big as in chubby or big as in
Tall.
like muscular? Just tall.
A little bit of both. He looked like a tall version of Poundcake, kind of a little darker, like a tall version of Poundcake. But this guy had all kinds of, I swear to God, he had a Grace Jones tattoo. I found myself as I passed him one time, I go, I got to circle back and get a better look at that dude because of the shirt that he had on. And boy, I wish I could tell you what it said.
Well, the word rag was in it.
Rag was in it,
That
yes.
helps give people some clues.
Yep. You know the phrase young, dumb, and full of, we talked to Poundcake about that. He threw in ambition, young, dumb, and full of blank. It had that word and then rag underneath it. It is a giant man with a sleeveless T-shirt that had that in a giant dripping font. And he had a lot of, I could tell he had fresh ink on his shoulder because, you know, when you just get a tattoo, you got to put that lotion on. That what is that stuff called, Mary? You know, after they, I don't have tattoos. After they take the saran wrap off, you still got to put that goo on there, right?
The
not Astroglide or whatever it is.
That's for not that.
It's multi-purpose.
A&D ointment. But a lot of tattoo shops, last couple times I've had them, they're like, just use regular lotion. Just clean it with like antibacterial
Vaseline
soap and
or
use
something?
regular lotion. No, because that stuff can pull the color out.
Really?
Yeah.
Vaseline can.
That's what, again.
Yeah, I've heard that
That's
too.
what my specific tattoo girl said. She was like, hey, we don't really do that anymore.
Didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't have any. I have to defer to people with that knowledge. Anyway, so I kind of do this thing where I'm trying to get a better look at this guy. But again, because he's black, like his art was kind of difficult to read. But I swear to God, he had a Grace Jones tattoo, which I was like, respect. But he had some brand new. But that T-shirt, I was like, man, this guy's living his best life. Doesn't care, walking around. Like I was never a guy who I never felt comfortable wearing T-shirts with like expletives on them or things like that. You know, some people love that stuff. F words covered all over. And there's a part of me where I go, man, bravo, because I'm just not that guy.
I think that's the one rebellious side I have of me because I would wear shirts like that all the time. I would go to Hot Topic and get like the funny font that says, sorry, ladies, ISD better than you.
Signed documents,
and,
yep.
Yep, and I would wear them to the college parties, to Peacock, essentially, if you pardon the pun. And then pictures exist of me in that shirt, so it lives forever. And I'm like, I wouldn't even wear that shirt now. It was just a point of pride then because, you know, it was a way of branching out or me to be rebellious. And
Has a friend ever sent you a photo of you from an old party and said, "Do you remember this shirt?"
They don't need to.
And you go,
I'm
"Oh
tagged.
my god, huh?"
There's tagged pictures of me.
Oh,
so
you
yeah.
could go on social media and find that picture. You mean?
He's always been
Yes.
nostalgic for that shirt, Alan.
Always been nostalgic for the I-signed documents.
I still have it, but like I don't wear it anymore. But like, yeah, there every so often Facebook memories are a trip, and it's just like, oh, remember this from 2013? And
What a
I'm
good
like,
idea.
Yep.
And here's the wild thing: when I went back out to my car, I wonder if I parked next to the guy, because. And again, I don't want to attach it to him, but it was early this morning and there weren't that many people walking around. He was walking around in this T-shirt.
I mean, laundry day's a bummer sometimes, you know. You end up wearing that shirt.
Right. Wearing it, okay, but you have to have that shirt to wear it. I don't care if it's laundry day or not. If that's what you've got left, you still own that shirt. At some point, you're
Now-
like, man, that's a great shirt.
Maybe it was a gift because not as expletive, but Brian's brother got him a shirt that had 2 fishing bobbers on it where your boobs would go.
Yeah,
And then
big
it's-
Johnson rods.
And then it says, "Show me your bobbers." And
You take that shirt and you burn it in a barrel in the backyard.
Oh, that is a
It's
Cedar Point shirt.
ridiculous.
when he opened it, I looked at Brian and was like, "Who is this for?" Like, you're not that big of a fisherman. Like, and he's like, "I don't know, man." He's
That
just
is an
being
11th
silly.
hour gift. Yes.
Yeah.
That's something that you saw like at the truck stop, you know, at the pilot Flying J on the way from A to B. But I wondered if I parked next to the guy's car because when I got back into my car, it was next to like kind of a little bit of a beat up minivan. And I just happened to glance in as I was getting into my car. And the passenger seat is covered in
Tissues?
junk.
Oh.
Like a giant empty Taco Bell drink. You know, it comes to you in that Taco Bell. Like if I get Taco Bell, I get like a Baja Blast, right? So I know that cup, that empty plastic Taco Bell drink cup, giant, empty, massive, crumpled up, empty bag of chips, a giant empty Burger King bag. I mean, there's strewn all over, and empty in the armrest, an empty pint of Oreo ice cream. I'm like, wow, if this isn't that guy, there are 2 people in there living their best lives. Right?
I don't know if the
They
shirt
don't give a
connects to that.
fudge.
I don't know if the shirt that necessarily connects to that type of car.
Right,
though.
because the shirt implies that he likes to clean things up.
Yeah. Or that
He likes to
doesn't.
clean that up.
Well, he
Right.
cleans that up with the shirt.
I mean, you're wearing that
And then
shirt.
wears it.
If you're wearing that shirt, you've kind of given up to some degree, and that passenger seat was the menu of someone who's clearly given up.
That's what I was trying to get at with like Brian will wear that shirt that his brother got him if it is like laundry day or if he's working in the yard or something. So maybe that guy just was like, "Oh, this is my last clean shirt today,
That's what
and
I'm
I
saying, yeah.
have to go to CVS." Maybe he was in the Lexus across the lot.
Maybe.
You don't know.
Maybe the sleeves were being laundered,
Mm-hmm.
and the rest of the shirt, he goes, I guess I'll wear
The
this.
sleeves were the rag part.
Anyway, it was a fantastic way to start the day, no lie. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Bill, Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is back, but it's for a limited time only. So you're going to want to get to Wendy's tomorrow morning during breakfast hours so you can get either a bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. And each of those sandwiches come with a small seasoned potatoes. The sandwiches are made on a melt-in-your-mouth, flaky, buttery croissant that is topped with oven-baked bacon or savory sausage and a fresh cracked egg. It's the best thing you can wake up to. And you pair that with a side of those perfectly seasoned warm potatoes for just $3. Wendy's $3 breakfast is a breakfast you'll never get over because it's so yummy and full of flavor. So get to your nearest Wendy's tomorrow morning and order your $3 breakfast deal with a bacon or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant and small seasoned potatoes for a breakfast
problem. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Welcome to the jungle.
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
If he sounds super excited to see you,
Hey, what's up?
remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live. Or 800-348-1007. Boy, am I looking forward already to Saturday night. Me, Corey Roddick, Pat Butler, we do a new metal show here on MMS. It is called 2 Hours to Midnight. I'm already in the process of putting the finishing touches on what we'll be playing for you this Saturday night. We'll play some Metal Church, Frail, a dynamite Cleveland band that doesn't get nearly enough attention. We'll pull out some old Diamond Head. We'll play Caius, local music from Brothers at Arms. So I hope you can join us. It's a lot of fun. We love doing it. And I don't think there's any danger of us being preempted by baseball Saturday. But 10 to midnight. The show is called 2 Hours to Midnight. It's 120 minutes and nothing but metal. Anything you want to hear, submit to HTM at WMMS.com. The Guardians lose last night. Oh, in Chicago to the White Sox, 8-3. That's a final, boy. They'll get another crack at him tonight, and then tomorrow afternoon to finish the series. The Guardians tickets you can win from me this week are when the White Sox are in town. That'll be for the final game of that series on the afternoon of May 24th. So do those around 3:50 today and tomorrow. But Guardians in Chicago to play the White Sox. And again, White Sox are my A team. It's my home team. They're not a great team, so I can't believe they beat the Guardians last night. But they did, 8-3, and a win is a win. 8:10 tonight is your first pitch. 7:40 is when the pregame will begin here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. And last couple of weeks for you to be able to use the word poof at CLE Clothing Company. If you want to get yourself some appropriate gear, if you're going to a ball game, or you just want to be out there, and you don't want to be walking around with a shirt covered in expletives. Sure, there are people who think the word Cleveland is a naughty word, but it's not. It's filled with local pride and ease. You can get those at whatever you want. CLE Clothing Company is retro buzzard merch there and all that. Just use poof, and it's 20% off whatever you get. Saw a lot, speaking of T-shirts, I noticed, I went to Heinen's to get some lunch today, and I noticed more than a few people wearing their Blink-182 shirt, which tells me either they had such a great time last night that they slept in their shirts, maybe they crashed downtown, so maybe they had that much of a good time, and they're still wearing what they wore last night. I like that we've kind of gotten past that thing of not wearing the shirt of the band you're going to see. That used to be so verboten back in the day. That used to be such a rock and roll faux pas. You don't wear the shirt, but I don't know if it's a generational thing or what, but
I think that's just a rock thing. Because as someone who goes to country concerts and pop music concerts, everyone's wearing the shirt of the band.
I think it's also a generational thing,
I think
too.
it's a little from column A and a little from B. I think it's absolutely a too cool for the room rock thing.
Because, like, what
But
I see...
But we never did it. We never did it. You'd go through... If you were going to see Band A, you would be rifling through your T-shirts of bands B through Z.
Right, because you wanted to wear something that somebody would see and be like, "Oh, you wanted to wear a cool shirt." Yeah,
see,
especially if you were in like a more underground scene. If you're going to see the people that are on the charts, that's one thing. But like going to punk shows when I was in high school and just out of high school, it was about wearing a band shirt that had a following, but people didn't really know about. So if I wore something like Homegrown to a Blink concert and people were like, "Oh, Homegrown," that'd be cool.
Like if you know,
yeah,
that kind of thing. Yeah, well, also I think there's an irony to what's up. You'll see people at a death metal show wearing a Backstreet Boys T-shirt.
Well, that's what I was going to say about pop shows is that, like, at the Backstreet Boys concert I went to last summer, it was a lot of, women in their 30s and 40s wearing the 2000 Millennium Tour shirt. Mm-hmm. So it's like, almost a flex in that way. Like, hey, I've been coming to these shows for 20 years. Like, check out my.
What a flex.
It is a flex. You kidding me? Look at how vintage I am.
Vintage. Nobody wants to be old, but they want to wear the old T-shirts.
Obvi.
Everybody loves that.
It's my oldest daughter's 24th birthday today.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Scoo.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, right?
24.
She's like, I feel old. I'm like, you're not old. Shut up. You're annoying, but you're not old.
Oh, you're older than you were yesterday.
Yeah.
Still
But that's
younger than
always
that
the
dog.
case, yeah.
Still younger than that Portuguese dog. 31. Mary didn't go to the Blink-182 show
She did
last
not.
night. She went to a flute concert.
A woodwind concert.
Yeah.
And it was
Just as good as Blink?
better.
Was it packed?
It was packed.
Yeah.
It
School
was
concerts always are.
3 songs.
3 songs?
3
How long
songs.
was the concert?
Like, dude, less than a half hour.
Oh, we just...
Thank goodness.
God.
Thank goodness.
It took longer for the kids to file into their chairs and get ready than it did for this concert.
Was this
to go.
the year-end concert?
It's their spring concert.
Yeah, my daughter just had hers, and the thing was like an hour, 15 minutes long. They
Well-
got like 7 first grades at her school.
So my sister got last-minute tickets to go see Blink last night. So she asked me, she was like, hey, can you watch the girls after the concert? I said, sure, no problem. So I told Brian, I was like, I think it starts at 6:30, so it'll probably go till like 8 would be my guess. I was like, I don't see it being longer than that. I called him at 7, and I was like, hey, we're on the way home. Like, I don't know what happened, but this
Wow.
was literally 3 songs.
Got some time to kill now.
As soon as they started, I started cracking up. I was like, oh my God, you know, because they're children. They're trying. My sister has this like welled up eyes full of pride. And she's like, she like elbowed me and she goes, dude, I know this is bad, but this is better than the last one was. And I was like, oh my God.
Wow.
Like, there's no way.
And what does your kid play?
She plays the flute.
The flute, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But so it's flute, it's clarinet. There's a
Flute,
kid play. Is there a kid
clarinet,
playing the saxophone yet?
Saxophone, trombones.
Yep. Oboist.
So, yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, it was,
You send me some of it.
I did.
People want to hear what Mary was subjected
Oh,
to.
yeah.
I started recording and my sister just shakes her head. She's like, dude, I hate you so much.
Please tell your sister. Think of the show.
I know, right?
Yeah, she doesn't know what's going on. I mean, they're keeping time okay. It's just
Yeah.
It's not bad.
But like
It's-
at that
it's
grade level,
11,
it's just
yeah.
a cacophony too. So
Yeah.
Right.
the egg shakers. It would have been great if you'd been able to combine the two. If you would have been able
Blink
to.
with that?
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
Fell in love with a girl at the rock show. She said, why in a she's so cool. I was sneaking through her window. Everything's better when she's around. Can't wait till her parents go out of town. I fell in love with a girl at the rock show.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
You get the best of both worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, but they played
You get
like
the woodwinds and Travis Barker.
so bad. They played the first song and it was like a minute and a half. And then they had
But I also
kids.
like when the teacher or whomever is hosting the thing will tell you what the song is,
Oh,
as
yeah.
if you'll ever be able to pick out that arrangement.
Well, they had students come down and do it. So before each song, which again there was only 3, they had like 6 or 7 students come down and read like a sentence each about our next piece is
Mm-hmm. Right.
da-da-da-da, you
It's
know?
Brahms. Okay.
The one that
Diving deep into the German composers.
that one that I sent you, they were like, this is going to show our range in, I don't know anything about music. Something about B, the letter B. I don't know if that
The B
is-
sharps.
The B sharps.
Yep.
It was going to be the range of the Bs or something like that. And
Flight of the Bumblebees.
not that.
Oh,
I
okay.
know that one.
Yep.
But it was funny because after the kids got back to their seat, the one kid was like messing with the other kid. And the teacher like the conductor standing up there, and she's like, hey, she's like having to like reprimand the children. They're 11 years old. Like that's not, they're going to act up. You know?
Right. Yeah. The B sharps. Hey, Stripper Scott.
Hey guys, how are you?
I was just thinking of Stripper Scott today because I was reading about the first strip club to unionize out there in, first in a long time. A strip club in Los Angeles has just unionized. and I couldn't help but think of Stripper Scott.
Oh, thanks. That's good. Good unions are good, I'm told.
Yeah. So what's up?
Hey, real quick before I don't know if this affects you or the way it's set up. You were talking about playing music clips, but it was did not come over to the on hold line. So it was just silence when you guys were talking about whatever was getting played. Don't know if that's supposed to happen, or I just figured I'd let you know.
Okay.
All right. But yeah, here's a dumb story about wearing a concert shirt. So I would wear the shirt of the band I was going to see. I went to see Metallica. This is like 20 years ago. Whenever Seven Dust they'd been out for a couple of years, and Kid Rock was brand new. So he was the first act. It was Metallica, Seven Dust, Kid Rock. So I wanted to buy shirts from all of them, but then I can't just like hold the shirts. So I put them all on, one on top of the other, on top of the shirt I was wearing. So I had 4 of these heavy ass cotton black T-shirts on inside the Gund Arena, sweating my ass off for like 3 or 4 hours. Apparently, that's not the way to do it. Or I should just held them in a bag or something. I don't know.
Uh-huh. All right. You had 4 T-shirts on.
It wasn't a great story. I'm sorry. Yeah. maybe.
And yet he couldn't foresee
I'm
that.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. He couldn't foresee that. All right, thank you, Scott. There's Stripper Scott with unintelligible story about band T-shirts.
Your daddy issues. Give him a boner, Stripper Scott.
Hey, Rich.
Hey.
What's going on, Rich?
Hate the show.
Thank you,
Hate
sir.
the show.
Thank you.
And I think I was at that concert that Stripper Scott was talking about, and I believe Seven Dust was the opener. Then it was Kid Rock.
Okay.
Then Metallica.
Okay.
It could be. I don't know. But you guys are talking about concert T-shirts and expletives on T-shirts, and I have the trifecta. I bought a T-shirt from Inducing Panic, which is a local punk band in Cleveland.
Uh-huh.
And it says F your face on it.
Mm-hmm. That sounds more like an inducing labor T-shirt.
I wear that to all my family gatherings. It's fun.
You wear that to family. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, what are you trying to prove? Like, what's the point?
I don't care.
Do you not like your
I don't know.
family? I mean, you do care. That's why you're wearing it. If you didn't care, you'd put on like some dumb polo and go talk to your cousin. Like, what's the point?
True. I just like to feel comfortable in clothes, and that.
I don't feel comfortable
He
in
likes
clothes,
to
but you
be a
specifically
bit of a
pick
rabble
an
rouser.
right, but it's like, then, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Listen, you do you. I just, you're hanging, even if you don't like your family, which if you didn't, you wouldn't go to the event. F your face
family
T-shirt.
gatherings, these are older kids, and they're my cousins. It's not like my grandparents. I said I like to feel comfortable in my clothes. It was a nice fitting T-shirt.
So you're trying to be the cool guy. You have older cousins. You're trying to be like a cool guy.
Well, I'm 45 years old, and I'm still trying to feel like I'm 16, yes.
Right.
Trying to be cool.
Right. Okay. I mean, mentally, we're all 16. I totally get that. But, okay,
Right.
Listen. Thank you, Rich, and condolences to your family. There's Rich out there in Wellington who wears an F Your Face T-shirt at family gatherings. Oh. Everybody goes, here comes Uncle Rich.
Well, that's just who he is.
He likes to be comfortable in his clothes.
There's a kid that I went to high school and middle school, and I think he went to my elementary school, but he was one of those kids that was good from the moment he touched a cello, just like a savant.
Yeah.
And by the time he was in high school, he was playing cello with Yo-Yo Ma.
Gesundheit.
And I can't remember his last name, but I believe his name was Brad.
His last name's Ma.
Well, that's I didn't go to school with Yo-Yo Ma. I went to school with I believe his name was Brad, but he was an incredible cellist, and it was so we'd have those concerts where everybody would play, but then they'd like go, and now for the good kid.
Right,
and
yeah.
then he'd play something perfectly.
Yeah.
He played with the Cleveland Orchestra from time to time. Like, he had an incredible career as a cellist before he was even out of high school. And I don't think he kept with it. I think he got tired of it. He's like, I'm done with that.
Boy, that's how you know that you are super talented or that you're smart enough to be talented across a variety of just different kinds of things, right? Because you're that preternaturally good at an instrument, and you go, nah, I'm tired of doing that. I'm not going to do that anymore. Where most people are good at one thing, and they hang on to that thing like grim death. And he was like, meh.
We had a few people like that.
Good for them.
The high school, the only year the Medina Bees were very good was when I was a junior, and the quarterback was a senior, and he was top of the class. I think he was salutatorian or something like that. He might have been valedictorian. But he also played in a band, and he was also like the nicest guy. And then after he graduated, he got a job as an engineer, and then quit that and became a doctor.
Yeah.
He's like, he's like, yeah, engineering wasn't doing it for me anymore, so now I'm a doctor. And I was like, dude.
Yep.
That's insane.
I had a friend who went to med school and became a practicing doctor, and he was like, I'm not fulfilled by this. Went to law school, got a law degree.
Yeah, like real life Frank Abagnale, where they're actually doing the work, not just pretending to be it.
Yeah. Except I think they're saying now that dude's story's all made up too.
Frank Abagnale?
Yeah. The Catch Me If You Can guy. I know, I don't want to kill, I'm not trying to kill the dream. I don't want to kill the dream. But, yeah.
I mean, he committed the fraud. That's what.
Correct.
Yeah.
He was really good at that.
The fraud is the part.
Good at the fraud. If you listen to
pass the bar exam.
Yeah.
That's real.
I'll tell you what, I don't pass a bar. Hey, if I, hey, the iHeartRadio app, little red button there. You guys, you can find the button, and you can leave messages there for us.
You guys were talking the other day about feeling like a fish out of water in fancy department stores. I took a date just as a last-minute decision to a fancy steakhouse, not realizing, what the prices were. And the guy looks at us, clearly underdressed, and says, would you like to see a menu first? I took one look at the menu, a little pissed off, and realized quickly, Applebee's is still open. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's the move that they'll do. Would you like to take a look at them rather than saying, hey, you guys clearly can't afford anything in here. Mm-hmm. Would you like to take a look at the menu? And invariably, the menu won't have the prices on it.
Well, and here's the thing, though. So the start, I was telling about how I was in New York City at Saks Fifth Avenue, and I was looking at, $2,000 pair of high heels. But the thing about New York is that I feel like there's so much money in that city, and it's from people doing all kinds of different stuff. So just because I'm not wearing Balenciaga shoes walking in there doesn't mean I'm not day trading on Wall Street.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like for a city like New York, where, I don't know, I felt like you never know there. Whereas LA is a lot flashier.
No, but like the
people
whole
like
thing,
to wear their money though. They,
But there is like a whole thing too now where you get to a point where you're making so much money that then you dress basically like a homeless person.
But that's what I
mean. So I think Mary's onto something. There's like people that they just go, I can dress however I want. Or I mean, Adam Sandler's got more money than basically anybody.
He wears basketball
and
shorts.
He just wears basketball everywhere he goes.
Like doesn't matter where
he's
he is.
very recognizable.
He's got
though.
two speeds: sweatpants and basketball shorts, and that's it. Like,
right.
And he's the.
Well, it's because he's a chubby dad too. He's like, doesn't matter how much money.
It doesn't matter what era it was though. He's always worn basketball shorts.
Has he?
Yeah, he was never. He talks about, there's a video of him performing at Evening at the Improv, like one of the few clips of him doing stand-up from before he was on SNL, sweatpants on stage.
Yeah.
And that was him trying to get to the next level, but he still just wore sweatpants on stage.
He's consistent.
Yeah. No,
it doesn't make it any
great.
more or less funny depending on what you're wearing.
I just thought in an era like 2023 where there are people who have, not saying I have an OnlyFans, but like where there are literal millionaires walking around from online stuff.
Yes.
People making crazy money off TikTok. Like, I don't know. Felt a little judgy to me for no one to come up to me in my camo shirt and say, ma'am, would you like to try on this pair of Jimmy Choos? But whatever.
I choose not to, ma'am. Please go somewhere else.
Not to buy these
Cuckoo, cuckoo. But that guy, he's like, we went to a steakhouse and it was too expensive. And so I figured Applebee's is still open. But that's a tough situation, too, because you're jumping from one super fancy place to another super fancy place. And I don't know how you get around that because, it's so lame.
It's so good.
It's like your
I can't
dad
believe
doing
you
a
like that
TikTok
song.
dance.
I like
Terrible.
all of that song.
Ugh.
All those songs.
Whipped
Well,
cream.
I liked Walker Hayes before that song.
Whatever.
That song's just
so gross.
Stomach churning.
So cynical.
Okay, whatever. You're right. Everything's wrong with the world, and
No,
not just that guy. Just that guy. And his follow-up.
That one song is bad.
Yeah, and his follow-up, Quaker Steak and Lube, isn't any better either.
Quaker Steak.
Yeah.
and Lube.
Cheesecake Factory. Yeah.
Well, he has a song called "You Broke Up with Me," which is like a revenge song. Like, you don't get to come back to me after I'm doing good now. And that was in like 2017 that came out when I was going through a breakup, and that's when I found Walker Hayes. And
So
I was
you
like,
really need songs to explain all your emotions for you.
they don't know. I know what my emotions are, but when I hear other people, like, it's a relatability thing. That's all. When I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, I like the song Kesha Praying. I have screamed that song at the top of my lungs.
That's
as
the
like
The
thing.
song is called Kesha Praying.
No, the song is called Praying by Kesha. It's a ballad about like
K-he $ha.
yeah, it's a ballad about like you wish you could. You left me and you're an idiot. And
yeah, that's not how I listen to music, and that's something that I'm trying to like explain to my girlfriend. I'm like, these songs like mean so much to you, and that's how you relate to music. I don't listen to music and go, that's how I feel too. It's not that,
and that's fine for you.
It's just really.
But I'm saying I've been with Walker Hayes before Applebee's.
Okay. She's OG with
Yeah,
she got the old Walker Hayes tour shirt.
Yeah.
I saw him when he was playing on a baseball field in 2017.
She was with that casual dining sellout before anybody else was.
Yes.
I got a break. Want to send a text 35192. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rising from the ashes of the 90s. Buzzard Fest. August 4th at Victory Park.
Buzzard Fest.
Featuring
Incubus. Bush. Live. Filter.
Tickets on sale now. And your chance to win your way in at WMMS.com.
This is former Notre Dame quarterback Brady Quinn. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Macy's.
The Guardians looking to get back in the win column tonight. It's game 2 of their set against the White Sox. Peyton Battenfield gets the ball for Cleveland. Guards third baseman Jose Ramirez will be out of action for a few days after being placed on the bereavement list. There's no word when he'll return. And EA Sports says Football Bowl subdivision players will now be compensated for lending their name and image to their rebooted college football video game. I'm Scott Davidson.
Macy's Ultimate Shopping Event. Use your coupon or Macy's card and take an extra 25% off already great deals. Macy's Star Rewards members earn on every purchase except gift cards, services, and fees. More at Macys.com/Star Rewards. Savings off regular sale and clearance prices. Exclusions apply.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey, it's Alan for Circle K. This year, we're celebrating the 1-year anniversary of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder, and all summer you can win big, which means you get to your local Circle K. Now through July 4th, just scan that QR code. You can win a pair of Vespa scooters or a year's supply of Mountain Dew Purple Thunder. You can get it over in the fountain as a 20-ounce bottle, and brand new this year, Purple Thunder available as a Froster frozen beverage. I grabbed one. We were out in Arizona. Mountain Dew Purple Thunder available now exclusively at Circle K.
Hear new music first on your free iHeartRadio app.
This is Lars.
James from Metallica here.
And this is iHeartRadio.
What's up? This is Mike Shinoda from Linkin Park.
We're the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Yeah.
The free iHeartRadio app is where the biggest stars in the world connect with you. Download it today.
It's Doogie here. You're ready for a comeback. And with Purdue Global, you can do more than take classes. You can take charge of your story, of your career, of your life. Earn a degree you can be proud of and get an education employers respect. It's time. It's your time, not just to go back to school, but to come back and move forward with Purdue Global, Purdue's online university for working adults. Start your comeback at purdueglobal.edu. That's purdueglobal.edu.
Wild Turkey Bourbon is partnering with the iHeartRadio Music Festival to give you a chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to this year's event in Las Vegas. To enter and for official rules, visit wildturkeyboldsweeps.com. iHeartRadio and Wild Turkey remind you to never compromise and drink responsibly. Copyright 2023, Campari America, New York, New York.
Experience elegant urban living in Cleveland with Residences at 55. With easy freeway access, Residences at 55 on Public Square offers refined and modern apartments nestled in the heart of our pet-friendly community. And Chef Rocco Whalen's Fahrenheit is attached right next door. Plus shopping, dining, entertainment, and all that downtown Cleveland has to offer just a short walk away. Discover more at residencesat55.com. Residences at 55. Reflective sophistication. Uncompromising convenience. Suites available now. Move in today.
This is Monster Jam! Get ready for massive stunts, all-out racing, and crazy skills. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. The fun begins at the pit party, where you can meet the drivers, get autographs, take pictures, and see the trucks up close. Get your $20 pit party pass at monsterjam.com today. Must have valid event ticket to enter pit party. Restrictions may apply. Rules and activities are subject to change. Visit website for event details. It's full throttle family fun.
Buy your home for today based on its best current value, not what's coming. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit truehold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out on your home's value without moving. That's truehold.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
Little ditty about giving stuff away.
Okay, you want to go see Shinedown? They are going out on a big tour, and it will bring them to Cleveland this fall. They're going to play Blossom with a couple of heavy hitters in the support slot. Shinedown with Papa Roach and Spirit Box, who just did a phenomenal headlining show here at the House of Blues. It's going to go down Wednesday, September 6th out at Blossom. The tickets are on sale. Go to livenation.com for all the info on the show. If you want to see Shinedown, P. Roach and Spirit Box, all three this fall. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 2 tickets for you. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Some people believe there's no such thing as a coincidence. It's very difficult to believe. So our plan for you to hear this is working perfectly.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule, it kicked me right between my ears.
A mule.
When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears.
Walker Hayes got nothing on Mac Allen Smith, boy, when you're name dropping. This is way back before anybody would pay you, though, to name drop. When Walker Hayes making money from those Applebee commercials.
I think they bought it after it was already out.
Well, yeah, but he knew what he was doing.
Sure.
Mac Allen Smith, he was way ahead of the curve. This guy's been dead for a while. And this isn't his song. I mean, I think somebody else wrote, broke my heart at Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. But, ooh, what a song. The pride of Greenwood, Mississippi, by the way. I think he died of COVID last Christmas. Hey, the Guardians lose last night in Chicago. I take no pleasure in telling you that. What am I saying? Of course I do. They lost to the Chicago White Sox. They will get another crack at him tonight, however. That's an 8-10 first pitch from Guaranteed Rate Field. 8-3 was the final last night. Guardians White Sox tonight, 7:40 is when pregame will begin on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you listen there, tell me where you do it if you do it from out of state. I always like to know where our bureau chiefs are. Joe is one of our bureau chiefs in the Metroplex, the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Mike's in Seattle, Molly's in Denver. Nick listens in Blacksburg, Virginia. Jason's way out on Cobb Mountain in California. And I don't know how this showed up in my feed, but I'm so happy it did. I think it's only a year old. I don't think it's older than that. The Sprite Challenge. Remember the Sprite Challenge? Remember
This is like way old. Were they trying to chug this bottle of Sprite?
Yeah, I don't think it's that old. I think the Sprite Challenge was like last summer.
Maybe.
But the 2 Australian girls.
In the car.
In the car. I think it's the best known one. And I just love it so much. You know, there's videos that everybody has locked in their memory. Some of them obviously are older than others. For some people, they can go back to the earliest days of YouTube, but they'll think of a video that, like, it's instructive in if you're having a bad day, you just go, I need something to instantly cheer me up. And I don't know if somebody sent it to me. I don't know why it showed up in my feed, but the 2 girls, the Australian girls in the car who fail at the Sprite Challenge. I'm going to show this to you if you're watching the live stream because I just love it so much. And the Sprite Challenge last summer was you had to drink a whole bottle of Sprite, regular one, without burping, without expelling any. And so I guess the challenge was you'd hurt your chest, hurt your stomach. It's very, very sweet.
Carbonation, yeah.
Carbonation.
I can't do it. My tummy hurts.
Yeah, and then the other girl just spits her Sprite out all over the place, and it's the eyebrows, though, on the girl in the green shirt. Very, very...
profound.
Very dramatic eyebrows. tries to hold it in and fails miserably. But you can watch it 1,000 times and you'll love it every single time.
I won't do it.
We got cans of Sprite in the Duncan Music Lounge.
Let's do it. I'm down. You want to do it?
What's that?
I said we have cans of Sprite in the Duncan Music Lounge.
Well, these got to be the challenge with like those 12-ounce bottles or however big the plastic bottles are.
20 ounce.
Those are 20 ounce.
20
but
ounce.
I'm sure we can make do with a 12-ounce can.
I mean, I'll do it.
Well, it's 8 fewer ounces. I would think that. Go ahead. I mean, if you go ahead.
We'll grab 4 cans.
4. I don't know if there's 4 in there. I think there might only be 2.
So you guys want to you each want to chug a can of Sprite.
I don't want to. I'm saying.
Well, you don't have to do anything.
I will.
This video came back in my feed, and I absolutely love it.
There's this creator who did one. His name is Tucker Reynolds. His is really, really funny, too. It has like 4 million likes on it. Oh, God. Don't throw it. It's already going to be... So the whole point is to do... Oh, my God. I'm nervous. What if we puke?
Then,
well, don't puke. This is all brand new...
Yeah, don't puke, duh.
12 ounces. Okay, so you have to... I am, like, sweating. Like, as soon as you walked back in here, my heart rate jumped up and I got sweaty.
Wait, so...
there's no stakes here.
Yeah, so let's lay this out.
I'm afraid I'm going to puke.
So let's lay this out. So you're going to chug the can, each of you.
Well, let's make sure we know the challenge.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
You just got to drink it to the end without burping. That's the challenge. I'm almost positive. Right?
Okay. Yeah, that's what those, as I recall, that's what you had to do, is you had to chug a bottle and
drink
not...
an entire bottle of Sprite without burping.
There you go.
So...
Are we going one at a time or at the same time?
I think one at a time just for the
Go ahead, Bill.
Video. So we can, we can't split screen you. So Bill will go first.
All right.
If you're watching live, there he is.
The last time I had just a Sprite.
These are from the green room fridge?
Yes. They started putting cans of pop in there.
Yeah, they did.
Does it hurt? Look at his eyes are starting to water. You look like you're about to cry.
It's never happened to LeBron.
Oh my God, dude.
It hurts, doesn't it? Hurts, don't it?
He went it. He did it. That was easy for you. Look at
No,
your
it's not.
Look at
No,
it's not easy.
It can't be easy.
That's it? That's all you got.
To suck that. Oh, the hits keep on coming.
Are you gonna puke?
No, I gotta puke, but that was like
you want the
I was
garbage over
going
here?
all right. Yeah, it was going. No, it's fine.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
all right.
puke. It was like those first like few gulps. I'm like, this is nothing, and then you
get
feel the
halfway
bubble
through.
like start going back up. And you're like, this is.
But you did it. You made it through the whole. Well, it wasn't a 20-ounce thing.
It's not the 20-ounce can. I couldn't do the 20-ounce can. Plus, I like stopped to like
Take a
reset.
breath.
Yeah.
I'm nervous. Okay,
All right.
I'm gonna try.
Here comes Mary. Hold on. I
I'm
think
so
I think I
nervous.
got one more burp.
Okay.
Okay, just a little.
That was it.
Just a little boy.
So that was that. Just so if we have to keep score, 3 big burps.
That's three pretty.
Three
big
pretty
burps,
big
yeah.
burps, and then like one in the end there.
This is so nerve-wracking.
Whatever you do, don't spit it. Don't spray it all over like the girl in the video.
Oh no, there's no way.
Keep going.
You're not gonna be able
Hold
to-
it. Hold it. Hold it.
Mm-mm.
See, Bill just downed
I
it.
can't.
You're sipping it.
I
and
can't.
You're taking
I
your time.
want it to come out so bad.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, I was gonna say. And 34 seconds.
I'm so close. It's right there.
3 o'clock.
Damn it! I have music underneath.
Yeah.
Mm.
You got it.
Was that the whole can?
Yeah.
Oh.
That had barbecue chips in it.
Oh no! Well, chips and a Sprite.
Hold on.
As good. Oh God. She's outdoing you, homie.
No,
as far as
Oh, there's more in there. It doesn't feel good at all. And that's only 12 ounces.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. No, it's like that. You get that.
You can
That was
feel the
almost puke.
very moment
That was almost puke.
that
That
it
was
goes.
so close
"Ooh."
to being puke. That first big long one, it like, you know how you get that feeling at the back of your nose? You know what I'm talking about? That
yeah, it's
puke
like all the
feeling?
bubbles popping at one time.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, you gonna be okay? Barbecue chips and Sprite in that last one.
There you go.
Well done.
You did it though.
All right. Well, listen, as an impromptu challenge,
Not bad.
pretty good.
Oh, that's going to be the rest of the show. Okay. All right, I'm going to be okay.
That's all right. Do you think that it's ruined Sprite for you since you haven't had? Who said they hadn't had Sprite in a long, long
Me.
time? Yeah, you haven't had Sprite in a long, long time, and your triumphant return to it is this dumb guzzle challenge here, and now it's probably ruined
He
it
said
for
dumb.
Yeah. Well, hey, wait a second.
Not like the guy's T-shirt.
Yeah.
Dude, it's just never going to stop, I don't think. It's in there. That was a Homer Simpson one.
Yeah, because you don't want
When Sprite Remix was a thing, do you guys remember Sprite Remix?
vaguely.
So it was like a berry-flavored Sprite, and I went through such a heavy phase with Sprite Remix. It was probably in 7th or 8th grade, where I was drinking like...
Is that when LeBron was doing Sprite ads?
I don't think so. I think it was before that, because this would have been like... When did LeBron get into the...
NBA?
Yeah.
2003.
Well, so that maybe this was right around the same time. 2005, it was discontinued.
Yeah, I think he had a remix era.
So, yeah, Berry Clear, that was the one. I would drink like a 12-pack every 2 days of that Sprite Remix Berry Clear. And then when they discontinued it, I basically never had Sprite again because I was drinking so much of it.
Yeah, you made yourself sick to death of it.
Yeah.
You ruined it for yourself.
2002. So it was only around for 3 years. 2002 to 2005. And I was drinking probably 2 12-packs, 3 12-packs a week of that.
I mean, there's no way to know how much that is per day, but still, that's a lot.
That's so much. I'm not comfortable right now.
Do some jumping jacks.
No, I feel shaky. I feel like that was just too much sugar and
Do some calisthenics after you got all
Move
those.
around a little bit. You just
yeah,
got a little
come
extra
on,
energy
shake it
now.
up.
that had
Disperse the bubbles throughout your blood.
76% of your daily sugar right there in 1 can of Sprite.
That's wild.
38 grams. So what are you only supposed to have, like 50 grams of sugar a day?
Poundcake, you don't want to drink a can?
There's not another Sprite, but there's a Coke. You want to do a Coke?
Oh, God, he's going to blow his
No,
beehole out
I
with a
won't.
Coke.
No, I won't
Yeah,
do
okay.
that. That will hurt.
Well, yeah, it wasn't about the pain. It hurt these two, too, but they did it.
Okay, well, I'm soft.
I thought you were getting less soft. Where are you working out?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
I feel cold.
Huh?
I have like the chills.
I have the chills.
I think that Sprite made me sick.
Can gave her COVID. Want to leave us voicemails? You can do it on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. It's 216-986-8903.
So I'm going to try to keep this brief because I can feel myself almost coming to a rant over this because of how correct Mary is about horror movies. I watched The Blair Witch Project like 6 months ago, and I couldn't believe how well that movie held up because I was 18 or 19 when it came out, and we all saw it in the theater, and we thought it was real. And knowing the information we know now, it still holds up. It was really good. So I was like, okay, maybe let's give horror movies a whirl. Now, I watched some pretty intense, eclectic stuff like Lars von Trier and Gaspar Noé and Aronofsky and, you know, Michael Haneke and all those crazy, like, movies that most people, when they watch, say that they, you know, want to kill themselves after. So I'm like, how horror movie can be that much different? Last night, I wanted to give it a whirl because I went on Rotten Tomatoes, and they have 100 best horror movies ever, and somewhere between 30 and 20 was that Midsummer movie, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. And so we watched that last night. That movie is about nothing. There's random sacrifices. At the end, I was like, what did I just watch? What is going? And then I'm thinking, like Mary said, maybe it's going over my head, but all those directors I just listed, those movies are intense, and they don't go over my head at all. I don't know, but I'm with her on this. I'm done.
Oof.
Well, she failed at keeping it brief.
Well, she was saying that was brief, so she could go even further with it.
Yeah, all right.
No, it's just, I mean, it's
I
beating a dead
think-
horse at this point.
right,
You
but
just
I-
want it to be a better ending.
I think what you've said is kind of to her point. You like suspenseful movies,
well,
not necessarily horror movies.
When you like an ending, too. You want a
That's
real
my biggest
ending.
thing, is that I'm willing to go along for the ride, whatever that ride is, so long as the story is pretty good. And that rarely happens in a horror movie. Rarely is there a good story in a horror movie.
One of the other directors she mentioned, she rattled off a bunch of directors there who make the kind of wild movies, and one of them she mentioned was Michael Haneke, who's an Austrian director. And he did this movie about 20 years ago called Cachet, where this family keeps getting VHS tapes of the front of their house, but they don't know who's filming. They can't see it. It's wild. He got famous for this movie called Funny Games, where there's a family at home and dudes come in and just kill them and beat them up, and then that's it. And, you know, they remade it, I think, in America, and it wasn't that good. But just suspense movies maybe is more your thing. Because
Those
even
still
if
sound like horror. I think suspense movies are The Game is a movie you should watch.
That's the Fincher movie?
Yeah, the Fincher movie. That's a very
Yeah.
suspenseful movie. Have you ever seen The Prestige
Yes.
with
Hugh
It
Jackman?
proves
Hugh
that
Jackman.
it proves that magicians are liars.
Oh God,
some of them weren't lying,
hate that movie.
I saw it.
It's a great movie.
That's
though.
probably where my hatred started for magicians, to be honest with you. Movie.
Have I ever
You
told
hated that movie?
I hated magicians
she doesn't like magicians?
But you said you started hating it from that movie. But the movie's good.
because they're liars. It's a good movie.
It's a great movie.
The third act is called The Prestige.
Have I ever recommended for Brian a movie called High Tension?
Probably.
Okay.
Is it about that guy who walks on the wires?
The Wallenda brothers?
Yeah.
The guy that walked in man on a wire between the World Trade Center towers?
No, there was a guy, maybe, and then he also did like the free walking between mountains and stuff. High tension, right?
No.
Tension wire walking.
It's a French movie called High Tension. That new wave of like French horror 20 years ago. Movie called High Tension. Tell him to watch that.
What's it about?
It's about a girl that
I
goes to
see
visit
a bloody chainsaw.
a girl that goes to visit a friend of hers, and out of nowhere, a guy shows up and starts murdering people, and she's got to figure out how to tell him to watch that.
Okay.
It's French, so it'll be subtitled. But it's got a beginning, a middle, and an end. It's got a nice twist.
She's the guy the whole time.
You might enjoy that movie. Something to think about.
I'm so uncomfortable right now.
Still from the Sprite?
No, just the conversation.
Yeah,
it's okay. I
just
get
a
it.
bubbly throat. I don't know.
Can I have the Coke just to drink?
Huh?
Can I
Yeah.
have the Coke?
No.
Can I have it?
You have to
Didn't you
Not
read
unless
this?
you chug it.
Didn't you read the sign in the green room? For guzzling purposes only.
So I can't drink it?
It's for guzzling your guests. The guests don't have to guzzle, but if you're going to drink, you got to guzzle it on the air.
You've got to guzzle it.
And we got to
right
do
down.
some burps. You have to be
Mhm.
uncomfortable.
That's right. A 21 burp salute is what we expect from you. I got to take a break. I'll let you guys recuperate briefly.
I'm fine now. I had the burps. And
Got it all out. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, so you can watch, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
hockey team ever.
That was guerrilla warfare at its highest.
Were they heroes or villains? You decide.
You and I are going to have a problem. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Welcome to the jungle.
Listen to the Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are the days getting longer? Or does this show just make it feel that way?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live on the phone. 800-348-1007. 35192 to send me a text. Who's helping out at AlanCoxShow.com today? Libby Dubjub. Hey, thanks so much. I don't know if that's short for Elizabeth or Libertine or I don't know. But sir or madam, thank you so much.
Liberace.
Liberace from the Medina Dubjubs. Libby Dubjub. Hey, thanks. Appreciate your assistance as always. Guardians lose in Chicago last night to the White Sox, 8-3. That is what they call in the business as a drubbing. But they'll play them again tonight, 8:10 from Guaranteed Rate Field. Wrap the series tomorrow in the afternoon, 2:10 here on MMS. And then they'll go to New York to face the Mets. Justin Verlander getting booed by the hometown crowd. When I was on in Detroit for many years, Justin Verlander was still the pitcher for the Detroit Tigers. He's married to Kate Upton, whose uncle is a former senator from Michigan and signed a big fat deal with the Mets. And so far, he's not winning them over. But the Mets, Guardians will play the Mets this weekend, and then they'll come home to host the White Sox, and I will have those tickets for you in about a half an hour. 4 tickets for the afternoon game in that series. So anyway, 2-night, short story long, 8:10, Guardians White Sox from Chicago here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. San Antonio Spurs get the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. In the lottery, everybody's laser focused on a French kid named Victor Wembanyama. 19 years old. He's supposed to be the next big deal. And since the Spurs got the number 1 pick, they're expected to grab him. They're calling him the biggest prospect since LeBron James. Now, you might recall, that's what they called Zion Williamson. And I don't know that he's exactly setting the world on fire right now. He's kind of been injury prone.
Yeah, he's been injury prone.
His weight kind of yo-yos.
Mm-hmm. That was the thing with Zion. I always thought he was an incredible athlete, but could his body withstand the way he plays? And so far, it hasn't.
He's kind of built like Shaq, isn't he?
He's real thick. He's not as tall as Shaq, and it's just with his explosiveness, it just takes a toll on his body. Whereas this Wembanyama guy, 7'4", I think he's got like a 7'11" wingspan.
He's a reed. I mean,
he's skinny, so that actually plays better for your joints and stuff like that. It's, there's still, any player can still develop injuries, but you're just hoping that he is durable. That's one thing I don't think LeBron gets enough credit for, is he's got a 20-year career, and he's had some injuries that have kept him out of games, but it's never been like one major injury that took him out for like a whole season or anything like that. He's really kept his body
even if you're
in
just
top shape.
I mean, even if you're just some mook playing pickup basketball, right? Let's say you're in really good shape and you're playing. I'm just fascinated that these guys are. There's no way to predict night after night after night how you might land a certain way that might hurt you, or how you might turn a certain way that might hurt you. And so any of these guys that have long careers where they haven't had major injuries is amazing to me. I mean, they keep themselves in good shape, obviously, but anything could happen. You have these guys who are like, oh, he tore his Achilles tendon or whatever, and they're out for a whole season. So the NBA lottery was held in Chicago. The draft order was revealed on ESPN, and the chairman of the Spurs thought he was going to faint. They were so excited. Number 2 goes to the Charlotte Hornets from Charlotte, Michigan, I believe. The Portland Trail Blazers get 3rd, and the 4th to the Houston Rockets. Victor Wembanyama plays professional basketball in France. And he told ESPN, "My heart is beating." Maybe there was something lost in translation there, but "Me cœur est bité." I don't know what he said, but it probably sounds similar to that. So if you're let's say you're a displaced San Antonio Spurs fan living in the hinterlands of Northeast Ohio, and you feel, because who would care around here, you feel like maybe you can't skip down the street with excitement. I'm here to tell you, you can. This kid is 7 feet 3 inches tall, like Bill said, 8-foot wingspan. He plays for the Metropolitans 92. Greatest names. You think we got some bad names over here in the States. I love the names of sports teams around the world. I mean, Japan's kind of got it nailed down because they've got like the Yokohama Steel Dragons and things like that. But if you're playing for a team that's like the Metropolitans 92, it's a big deal over there. But come over here and play for the Spurs. You have to explain to them what a spur is. Well, you know, cowboys used to get their horses going, you'd really give them a kick in the haunches there into the side, and that would get them going.
I think there's a popular soccer team that says the Spurs too. So
okay,
that
overseas, you mean?
Yeah, overseas. But I think that's a great situation for
There's
him.
Tottenham Hotspur. Is that who you're thinking of?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But I think him going to San Antonio, that's a team that has had a lot of success in the past. Popovich is a great coach. He's probably near the end of his career, but that's a good way for him to go out, having Victor Wembanyama for a couple seasons.
And by the way,
and then I'm hoping the way it goes is Tim Duncan takes over for Pop.
He's going to be able to kind of have a little kibbutz with Giannis Antetokounmpo about what it's like to come from overseas and live and work in a mid-market sports town. That'll be a lot of fun for him.
Well,
he can talk to Giannis about Milwaukee, and they can trade stories.
I'm hoping Giannis tells him how to get a bank account or how to handle his money, because there's a story about how Giannis, it was just a couple years ago, he kept maxing out the bank accounts that he could have. And so he had like 20-something bank accounts because he didn't know where to put his money.
Oh, he was opening like consumer bank accounts rather than getting a financial advisor.
Right.
I thought they gave these guys training on that stuff now. They certainly give them social media training. That's the important thing. Hey, don't retweet Nazi memes. I know you're not from here, and over back home, that might be
but that's not
enough
even
to get the lulls.
Foreign players doing that. It's Kyrie doing that.
Yeah, I was reading something about how the Arizona Coyotes might have to move because it's a Phoenix team, but they play out of Tempe, I think, and they were our bureau chiefs out there could get me more hip to the details, but I was just kind of scanning the story, and I think that they were hoping the city would give them a new arena, and the city balked. They voted it down, and so now they're like, oh, you know, because you can overextend yourself if you go to the press or you make it very, very known. If you say you're going to pull that, give us a new stadium or we move trigger, you better make sure it doesn't bite you in the ass. Because if it doesn't go your way, then you're standing with your pants down. So there's rumors that the Coyotes might go to Salt Lake City, which, I mean, I don't know what the hell that means. Alan, please tell Bill that my wife and I may need to cuddle with him tonight. It's going to be windy. Bill is hosting our sophomore outing of the Cleveland Funny Bus, which was a great time last week. Every Wednesday in May, we're doing this with the Alan Cox Show. Cleveland Funny Bus.
We'll keep each other warm.
Yeah! It starts and ends at Collision Bend there in the Flats. Tonight is sold out. In the weeks to come, if you want to get tickets to join us, I'll be your host again next week. You can go to funnybus.net for all the details. I would recommend either before or after, because you can take a pop on the bus with you. I would recommend the Collision Bend Chocolate Peanut Butter Porter. Ooh. And I'm no beer guy, but I likes what I likes. And that was pretty good. So if you're looking for a soft rec from AC, there it is. We got some sperm news here for you.
Sperm news!
Oh, so much information that's out there. It's hard to just kind of get your mind around it and collate all of it.
In the past week, there have been 17 arrests or convictions of adults accused of having sex with children. Of those 17, 14 were pastors or youth pastors at Christian churches. One was the husband of a youth pastor. One, a police officer. None were drag queens.
I'll tell you what, it is they're trying to make sure that those drag queens aren't grooming our children. The clergy standing right there in front of them practically screaming what's going on. Here at home, by the way, they did a big old bust out there in Westlake, or North Olmsted, I'm sorry. You know, they scoop up people from all over the place, between sex tourists and just local dudes looking to get some. They had another one of these sting operations. It used to be you knew that they were picking up a bunch of guys who were trying to get hookers. Now it's all called sex trafficking stings, which to me always makes it sound like these were people trying to bang kids. But usually they just are getting dudes who are there to get hookers. And you'll always get a couple of superstars in the mix. I don't know what the operation was called this time either. That's what I like. I like the names of the operations, you know? Operation, I don't know.
Woolly Bear.
Operation Woolly Bear yielded a dozen men who were out. But you'll always get, this one got about 9 or 10 guys who were arrested. Part of a human trafficking sting in North Olmsted, conducted by the Northeast Ohio Human Trafficking Task Force, or NOTAF, and other agencies. But there's always a couple of superstars. This time around was the guy who used to be the superintendent of the Westlake school system.
Hey.
And is currently, well, probably not anymore, currently the executive director of some local foundation. This was a guy who had been named Superintendent of the Year back in 2013. And he was out there trying to get his wick dipped. So they scooped him up. He had been recognized by the Buckeye Association of School Administrators, or BASA, as Superintendent of the Year. I imagine you immediately lose whatever your current job is there. And then, kind of a rogues gallery of other people, a couple of guys in their mid-50s. I think this time around the youngest guy was 30. A lot of times they'll pick up at like a couple of 18-year-old dudes. One guy from Royal Oak, Michigan. They come from far and wide to sample Northeast Ohio's sexual wares. And you can't blame them for that. Work that into the tourism. Legalize it, to quote the great Peter Tosh, and then tax the hell out of it. And then you don't have to worry about this kind of stuff. Then you can work it into part of the tourism. Right? Ohio, the heart of it all.
You've heard of the funny bus. Now get on the...
the Northeast Ohio Bang Bus. Who knows?
I was going to still keep with the Fs.
Oh, that would work too. The Fudgy Bus. Yeah. So congratulations to Dan Keenan, the former Superintendent of the Year out there at Westlake Schools. Perhaps at some point you were matriculating at one of his properties. He got scooped up in this whole thing.
Alan, I have a question.
A registered sex offender, two other people registered sex offenders already, and another middle school teacher were among the people who were arrested. Yes?
I have a question. How come these stings are just targeting men?
I don't know that they are. But it's usually the guys who are out there trying to take advantage of trafficked women. Isn't that the case?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You think there should be like a reversal
where's
of
the
fortune?
reverse ones? Yeah. Well, how come they're never...
I don't know that
Is
there
it
are a lot
because
of
it's not
women
really
running out
a
to
thing?
Motel
Yeah.
6s to find. Yeah. Maybe because it's not a thing. I mean, I don't know. I would defer to Poundcake on this. Are there man whores out there like OG Deuce Bigelows that are... you have your ear to the ground on any kind of community like that? Or they're just not getting enough attention, but they're out there luring in suburban soccer moms to the XL in?
Oh, see, you're talking about like straight guys that are of use to like straight women. No, I don't know any of those.
Okay.
Mary, how many of your lady friends pay men to have sex with them?
None that I know of.
Yeah. Well, they don't have to.
Yeah, it's
Probably too
pretty
ashamed to tell anyone.
easy for us.
Yeah, it really is. All you have to do is your hair.
Right.
Cleveland D, I feel like you want to get some abroad D for that. Like when you want to go on vacation or you go to Miami.
That's nothing to call a lady.
When you go to Miami, when you go to New York or Chicago or LA, you want to taste the city a bit. So I can understand.
You know those cities aren't abroad, right?
They're not in Cleveland.
Yeah, they're
That
not.
makes
I
them
see.
abroad.
Gotcha. All right.
Not abroad.
I thought you meant overseas.
Well, that too. I would want to taste the city, and I will want some.
Yeah, but overseas you got to be real careful. I mean, over here, human trafficking, if you get a good enough lawyer to just get you off the hook.
But that's the thing. It's not
Over there, you might end up with minus a hand.
But it's not human trafficking. Well, there is human trafficking. I'm not going to say that. There is human trafficking everywhere. But these are like brothels where people are tested multiple times a day, and it's like.
Yeah, you mean where it's legal.
Where it's legal. Like, why on earth would you be in human trafficking sting overseas when it's legal? Like, you're like, dude, you went to the wrong place. Next door, there's a brothel. Like, oh, my bad. Like, now you got to go to jail abroad.
Right. Well, that's why people in Amsterdam are up in arms, because they're trying to move their famous red light district. They're trying to move it to the outskirts of the city.
My friend went
And
there.
it's like,
crazy.
guys, it's going to be tumbleweeds through the streets of Amsterdam if you do this. Why do you think if you're not over there to smoke hash, you're over there to get some gash? That's part of their tourism over there.
European culture.
Hash and gash. What?
European culture is so crazy because just like when people work part-time jobs in college here to pay for their school, over there, they just have like 18, 19-year-old, 20-year-old prostitutes. And they're like, this is just my part-time job to get me through school. I'm like, you're a hooker part-time?
Well, there are girls who dance
I'm
over
talking
here
about
to
men
pay.
too.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying like that, you're a stripper. You're not, I mean, that's more like an acting job where you're a waitress that just happens to go nude. There's a lot of strippers that won't show full boob or won't show, full vagina. These, you're doing stuff on the side and it's prostituting. It's just a different culture. I'm not like shaming it, but I'm like, that's wild.
Yeah, you're an escort.
And now the culture now over here is there's some guys that have OnlyFans to pay for their school.
Yeah. That's why, when I was talking to stripper Scott earlier, I was talking about that strip club in L.A. becomes the first in a long, long time. Not the first ever, but the first in a long time to unionize. The attorneys representing the owners of the Star Garden Topless Dive Bar agree to recognize the union. Now, usually what happens is just to take it out of the courts, these companies will go, fine, we'll recognize the union, and then they fire everybody, right? So there's a couple of days of, we did it, because there's so much work, whether you want to unionize as Amazon employees or Starbucks, they go, fine, you can do a union. And then they bust the union by just firing everyone. But the first stripper union out there, which, good for them. I saw Tom Morello was out there picketing with him a few weeks back, too. So he was out there showing his solidarity with the L.A. strippers.
He's doing his part, man.
Yes. So they've got a new CBA now, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Coochie and Booby agreement.
Hey.
Pipe Grabbers Local 250, I believe, is who will be representing. No, but strippers work hard, man. They work hard. And you got to give it up to them. I mean, they always have, but it seems like in the age of OnlyFans, stripping in a club seems like the most work for the least money.
Yeah.
So if you're out there doing it, I'm like, God bless you, because you probably don't have to. I'm sure there's an OnlyFans side hustle. It's not either or. But just to go in there and do the work, IRL, instead of just on camera in your den.
I will say, though, out of the two, OnlyFans or stripping, if I had the option, I would probably do stripping because it's like frowned upon. Not to say that people don't record you in a strip club, but like once you do your dance, you're done. Like people may remember you, but they have no proof of it. OnlyFans, people will screenshot you, people will screen record you. Like it's out there
that's why
forever.
you make so much more money. I mean, if you're a stripper in a club, some dude can follow you home or...
Yeah, but they have bouncers like that. Stripping has been around forever.
Right, but the
so
bouncer doesn't go home with you. He makes sure that you get to your car safely.
No, pack heat.
If you're lucky, huh? Well, a lot of them do.
You think they can't do that with OnlyFans? You think they can't like track you
Pack
that
heat?
way?
Ooh. Yeah, they can. I know. I'm just saying it's probably harder that way than if you're physically in front of someone who takes a shine to you. He's sweet on you all of a sudden.
I gave you a lot of money now. You know I'm thirsty.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Catalina.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. Yes, hello.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a transgender prostitute for like the past 7 years. I've worked in strip clubs. I got arrested twice in the same week a couple of years ago. I don't know. I thought I'd call into the show.
So you strip in a club, and then
I've been a prostitute for 7 years.
Yeah.
And I worked at a strip club for about a year in Akron.
Was this all after you transitioned?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were so before that, you're like, well, I don't really have a hook. After that, you kind of got a hook.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I always wanted to be into like sex work for like ever since I was like a teenager, and I don't know, it sounded like fun, especially when like someone introduced me to doing it. It's fucking easy. Like,
dude,
you just
thank you.
Gotta,
yeah, I don't want to. Bill, we can't misgender after dropping an F-bomb. What are you thinking? Hello, Bill. What's going on?
Hey, I got some pictures that you guys might like.
I'll be the judge of that.
That's cool. Can I send you a picture or two, and then I will be the judge?
As long as they're not of your beehole, Bill. Based on the kind of calls I've been getting today, I gotta.
You guys had a party, a bikini party. Probably, back of these pictures look like, maybe 10 years, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And, these people, a lot of them ain't got much clothes on because it was looked like a bikini party you guys had.
Yeah.
And it's got the big MMS in the back and everything,
Yeah, sure.
And,
yeah, send them. I mean, that's before my time, so I couldn't care less. But yeah, feel free to forward them, Bill.
You know what? I'm going to forward it one, maybe two. And then, I got a pile of them here, and then we're going to talk some business.
We're not going to buy them. We don't care.
Well, I'm not going to buy them, Bill. What's the business?
You don't want me to put these all over the internet.
Whoa, I see. Yes, I do. Yes, thank you.
Huh?
And that'll be a good way to get paid. Put them all over the internet.
You might want me to, but I'm not going to do that, Rob. I mean, I found them, and they were in the garbage, from a long time ago, and I just held on to them.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going through some junk because I'm getting a little old myself. I just turned 86. So,
Bill, I know who Bill is. Okay, thank you,
I'm
Bill.
going to change the subject now.
Right, okay. Thank you. I'm going to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, 35192, I will have those Guardians tickets for you on the way back as promised. The third in the home series here against the White Sox in a couple of weeks. We'll put you at that afternoon game on the 24th, you and three pals if you want to go. AlanCoxShow.com. All the other stuff you can watch live there, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
I like news stories where the serious anchor has to talk about something strange. Here's one where a guy beat up his girlfriend. The Savage Hop. From Cleveland's flagship West Coast IPA, White Raja, to our newest edition, Balloon City, a North Coast-style hazy IPA. The Brew Kettle brews great IPAs by Clevelanders for Cleveland.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
All right, I want to go see your Cleveland Guardians. They're currently in Chicago playing the White Sox, but they will host the Chi Sox in a couple of weeks. Wednesday, May 24th is going to be the third of three. It's an afternooner at Progressive Field. It's a 1:10 first pitch. Tickets, info, all the other stuff on any Guardians game this season. Just have that MLB Ballpark app. Very, very useful. I'll get you a 4-pack of tickets here. Guardians when the White Sox are in town, Wednesday, May 24th. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I heard Stansbury talking about this right before we went on the air a little bit earlier, that Bud Light's still trying to do damage control over the Dylan Mulvaney thing, and so they're going to roll out brand new cans. It's, listen, there's only so much you can do. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, I guess, so they're going to temporarily redesign some of the Bud Light and Budweiser packaging so that the MAGA snowflakes will stop crying, I guess. So they've met with their distributors, and they're going to roll out camouflage print cans. Oh, boy. How do you like being reduced to that, guys who are into that, who are mad, right, over the woke beer? How do you like being reduced to that? Just camo and, you know, a horse rearing up on its hind legs. They'll produce bottles of the camouflage print and images of the Folds of Honor program. Which sounds a little freaky. What is Folds of Honor?
You know what it is.
Yeah.
Uncut, baby.
What? Provides educational scholarships for children and spouses of fallen and disabled. Listen, anytime you want to get people back on your page, I guess, you just pander to them with military stuff, right? Those are people who should be taken care of all the time, by the way. The way we piss on homeless veterans in this country, people should be collectively hanging their heads in shame, but I guess the camo print bottles and all will be forgiven. That's what they think anyway. We'll see if it works.
I like that that's their, what's anti-gay? Camo.
Camouflage, man. Because, see, you got to, and whether you're Kid Rock shooting up cans of beer or whatever, listen, you can do whatever you want. I mean, you already bought it. It's like the people burning their jerseys or their shoes, right? You already bought it. But these companies, people think companies care. Companies do not care. They're not advocacy groups, right?
They are trying to sell
They
products.
want everyone's money. They want transgender people's money. They want your money. They don't care. What they do care about, it's not that they are upset that all these people, they're worried about getting firebombed by MAGA dopes. That's what they're worried about. They're not worried about Twitter. They're worried about people who are going to come murder somebody because they don't like their beer cans. So they're just trying to sell beer to whoever wants to buy their beer. I was reading about some state senator in Nebraska. The other party's trying to block this person from voting on a transgender bill because she has a trans child. And the Nebraska GOP goes, that's a conflict of interest. And I think they've stumbled onto an amazingly good idea. If they don't want her voting on a bill because she has a trans child and that's a conflict of interest, then gun owners can't vote on gun control bills.
Like that.
Or if you're super rich, you can't vote on tax cut bills.
There you go.
Guys can't vote on abortion. That is an amazing idea. Let's take conflict of interest to the point of entry. Let's take it all the way. What a great idea.
Not like that, Alan.
Oh.
Second Amendment rights.
But your Second Amendment rights aren't being infringed.
They are.
If it's conflict of interest, then if you're a gun owner in some form of legislature, then you can't vote on gun control bills. If having a trans child means that you can't vote on a bill because it's a conflict of interest. Anyway, so they're going to be doing the camo cans. Whether or not that will change anyone's mind, I don't know. Again, these are the kind of things that are never as big as they seem. Just because everybody talks about them, it doesn't mean that there are that many people who give a rat's ass. People who didn't even know these people existed, and then it's brought to their attention, and they're doing backward somersaults with fake outrage. They have announced, though, that if you're a big Fox News viewer, Sean Hannity is going to replace Tucker Carlson. I think anyone with a working brain could have seen that coming, but, they already have the guy in-house. So for people who are concerned that someone even crazier than Tucker Carlson was going to take that spot, which was never, they just came off a big lawsuit. That was not going to happen. Hannity's a company man. You might not like what he has to say, and he is still lying to your face, but he's a company man. Sean Hannity now has the record for the longest-running cable news primetime host.
Opinion.
He beat Larry King. Larry King had 25 years on CNN, and Sean Hannity now has that record, being on longer. So good on him, I guess. They put some dude in. There was, and I don't know the guy's name, but they put a guy in over there when Tucker Carlson was let go. They put a young black guy in over at Fox News as kind of a placeholder. And that sucks when you because for a couple of weeks, first of all, that they're throwing you in there for optics. It is television. That's what that's all about. And that going in. You can't have any illusions about why you're there, filling in that spot or whatever. But there's always, if you're a performer, there's always a thing in the back of your mind that's like, man, if I really knock this out of the park,
maybe I'll get it.
Maybe people will really dig what I'm doing. Probably not in that situation because the Tucker Carlson thing was so white hot, but, in any other situation, you're like, man, this is my chance to really
Lester Holt.
Show people who I am.
Lester Holt took over for Brian Williams and never had to look back. People loved him.
Love Lester Holt.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, he was a local anchor in Chicago, and he used to have a push broom mustache, and they loved him in Chicago. And when he wanted to do something bigger, he's asking for more money or whatever, they really put the screws to him. He was at the CBS affiliate. He was at WBBM. The very same Channel 2 where our friend Chris Ty is now an anchor and a reporter for the past few years. Back in the day, they basically were like, Lester Holt, this is as far as you're going to go. Take what we'll give you. This guy goes, screw you.
Peace.
Shaves the mustache, gets picked up at NBC. And not even he could have predicted what could have happened with Brian Williams. But Lester Holt's doing just fine.
Yep.
And most people don't seem to have a problem with him. He's not a controversial guy. He's very good at what he does. Love Lester Holt. And it's always great to see somebody get one over on local management, too. They think they got you over a barrel. There's nothing better in this business than having a gig you can jump to. Because most people, you got to take what they give you. You go, all right, well, I guess. They go, what are you going to do? Leave? And Lester Holt did. Speaking of Lesters, we've got some listener mail here.
Hey, look at this. Letters. We got letters.
The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't think we've heard from him in quite some time. Lester Walker. I think he's a local musician who played some of his stuff. This guy wrote me a
this guy.
letter.
Yeah,
Remember Lester Walker?
He sent us
little songs
and like YouTube videos.
Yeah. Well, that's
CDs and CDs and CDs. Yeah.
Hi, Alan, ALLEN. spells my name correctly on the envelope, not on the letter. By the way, he goes, sorry, my printer is a pencil. Right? He handwrites this in pencil.
Looks good.
Including the YouTube links. How are you posting things to YouTube and you don't have a printer where I can just copy and paste the URLs to see what you're doing? It's like I'm getting punked. I mean, there's not much to the letter. It kind of gets incoherent. I sent the following YouTube links to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. You know what that is, Poundcake?
1600 Pennsylvania Avenue?
Yeah.
The White House.
I sent them by regular mail, he said. He writes the entire YouTube URL link in pencil.
I love that. I
madness.
love it so much.
So I initially look at this, I go, screw that, but then I go, nope.
Gotta
you know
take
what?
a look.
I will always go the extra mile for this show. So I hand typed these lengthy YouTube links in here. Again, how are you on YouTube? He's been on since 2006. Like, this guy was OG YouTube.
Yeah.
But how are you on YouTube? And you're writing out. Anyway.
He just doesn't have a printer.
Yeah. He has a computer, just not a printer. Which, if he had a computer, he could send an email.
You can buy printers now on an end cap at a CVS. Like, printers are nothing
You
now.
can. He can.
Please, they're like $30 for a printer, a black and white thing. Anyway, who cares, right? So he writes them all out. I'm writing another letter to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That's basically the extent of his letter. It's a little cryptic at the end. He goes, I'm done. Now on to letter number 2.
Ooh, that is cryptic.
He leaves his home phone and his email address. And
So he has email.
Yes. Yes.
He just prefers handwriting.
Who prefers
It's an attention
handwriting?
getter. It's an attention getter.
Who prefers handwriting?
If this were an
the
email,
YouTube URL.
If this were an email, you might not even read it on air.
Yeah.
Well, no, I would, because I'd be curious to,
All right, let's see these YouTube videos. I got it.
All right. They're just songs. They're children's songs about space exploration, helping children learn about the space program through song, is what this says. I'll show it to you here on the list.
And who does that space program?
NASA does the space program. Don't you work there?
No, I just shop there.
Artemis, Apogee, Orion's orbit, history, return to neighbor in the sky.
Didn't he send us an Alan Cox Show song years ago?
I think so.
Alan and Erica and Bill.
I also love that he's like, yeah, let's just do this in one take.
10-day voyage, not
Still better than that Applebee's song.
Artemis, Apogee, Orion's orbit.
And then on the screen, he's got his YouTube links. And
Artemis, Apogee.
Yep, Apogee.
Orion's orbit, history. Return to neighbor.
I feel like I really know more about space now.
Well, yeah, why wouldn't you? It's instrumental. It's instructive.
Artemis, Apogee, Orion's orbit.
You know what an apogee is, Poundcake? Yeah.
Artemis, Apogee.
Didn't you take a star? Oh, you took oceans and dinosaurs.
I didn't take a astrology.
Astronomy is the word you're looking for. This guy. I didn't take an astrology course. I don't know what an apogee is. Yeah.
Voyage, not sci-fi. Artemis.
Yeah, so I mean, you get the vibe there, and he's got a lot
He's just saying the names. He's not telling us what they are, what they do, what they look like.
If I recall correctly from Lester years ago, his songwriting is extraordinarily literal. There's no subtext. There's no, he's writing what. And what better for a kid's song? Astronaut Reed Wiseman, a children's song about astronaut Reed Wiseman. Yep.
Is a NASA astronaut that will command the
He's basically put a Wikipedia page to music, is what he's done.
Not even.
To the moon since 1972. Since 1972.
I mean, visually, it's just a slideshow of like clip art of astronauts on tiny little satellites. Yep.
Is a NASA astronaut. Is a NASA astronaut.
Again, I'm not lying to you. I can't wait for letter number 2. He's got mission.
The fact that he wrote out the YouTube
Yeah.
links in pencil makes me so happy.
If I can
Mary,
speak a language,
you don't seem
Lester,
to be enjoying this art.
I don't understand.
Lester, if I can speak a language you'll understand, mission accomplished, my friend, because I cannot wait. You've got me on the edge of my seat with waiting for letter number 2. He's got a whole channel. Now,
Well,
again,
he should collaborate with Brian
he's been on
on some sweet licks.
He's been on this thing since 2006, like the earliest days of YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And he's done 72 videos. He's got one called Johnny Yes Papa. You want to hear Johnny Yes Papa?
Johnson, you're fired.
Oh, get past these ads first. Yeah. Johnny Yes Papa.
Shark in the park after dark. Shark in the park after dark. My dog is Spark. Bark, bark, bark.
Okay, so he's also can rap.
Yeah, he posts these. Take that, Biggie.
Yeah.
He posts these as children's songs.
My dog is Spark. Bark, bark, bark. Shark.
No editing, no nothing, right? I love it. It's
all the mouth sounds.
This is that raw authenticality that Poundcake is always trying to achieve on his podcast.
Bark, bark.
On his podcast.
How many views does this one have?
Shark in the park after dark. Shark in the...
Mary, you warming up to this?
Not at all.
My dog is Spark. Bark, bark,
Well, maybe
bark.
after 3 more minutes you will.
Mm-mm. I'm watching. I'm on a
Shark
delay
in
watching
the
ours.
Park
Yep.
after dark. Shark in the park after dark.
Yeah.
How do people
My
find him on
dog is
YouTube?
Spark.
Where's the
Does he have-
Johnny
Bark,
Papa
bark,
thing here? I thought it
bark.
was Johnny Yes Papa. Where is that?
That's like a Coco Melon song.
He's Lester Walker on YouTube. Johnny
Just-
Yes Papa.
Just
Shark.
Lester Walker?
After dark. Shark.
200
No, where's
Sullivan.
the other, where's the Sullivan? Yeah, where's the other song here?
Johnny, Johnny, Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
He's getting out of his comfort range there.
You know, it's harder to find him than you'd think it would be.
Oh, Johnny. Johnny, Johnny,
I'm uncomfortable.
Johnny.
This is some real bedroom rock too. I mean, this guy predates.
Oh, yeah, I can put this on and bang.
This guy predates everyone else, right? Everybody started on SoundCloud or Bandcamp in their bedroom on their. This guy predates all of Cloud Nothings, Biba Doobie, all our favorites.
Johnny, Johnny, Johnny,
Washed Out.
Johnny, 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 Johnny.
Digging it more, Mary?
No, this makes my stomach feel weird.
Wow,
This
why?
is worse than the Sprite thing for my belly.
Why?
Because I'm like uncomfortable.
Such
with
a
it.
hater. Well, anyway,
Not
Lester
a
Walker
hater.
is over there. Thank you, pal. I can't wait for letter number 2. He hasn't written us, honest to goodness, pencil to paper
Does
letter
he
in a
have
long,
any
long time. We don't
numbers?
get a lot of. Yeah, I got to tell you,
I'm trying to find his page here, and
we
it's
don't get
kinda
a lot
hard.
of mail down here at 668 Euclid. So it's a confluence of us moving. I'm sure there's a stack of mail still at Oak Tree, but also not that many people are writing letters anymore.
Does he have like
It's his handle on YouTube there is Sullivan. Lester Walker is what you're going to want to
but
Google in.
it's not showing up. There's too many Lester Walkers. What's the handle on YouTube?
Sullivan, like Sullivan, but with a B. Sullaban. He has 269 subscribers to 72 videos, active since 2006. He's got a Captain Kirk nursery rhyme. Any interest in hearing that? William
Got him.
Shatner?
All right.
Captain Kirk William Shatner nursery rhyme.
I want to hear it.
Okay.
Of course I want to hear it. I can't believe you don't love this
For
stuff.
his flight, push the lever, eyes are bright. William Shatner for his flight,
Push the lever, eyes are bright.
This should be used as torture.
This guy, torture? What are you kidding me? This isn't a black site operation.
This is what when you tie people
This
up.
guy he's a modern day beat poet. What are you talking about?
Tie people up, blindfold them, and make them put the headphones on their ear, and all they do is listen to this.
He's the Allen Ginsberg of our time.
You are no Mr. Spock.
Mm-hmm.
Do it slow, you'll get a shock.
The cats nestle close to their kittens. The lambs have laid down with the sheep. You're cozy and warm in your bed, my dear. Please go the f to sleep.
He's got one that's got 95,000 views on it.
Yeah. I wonder how he hit.
It's the, can we play that one?
95,000 views.
Yeah, it's Johnny, yes, Papa.
Well, that was what I just played.
Oh, that's what you just played.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 95,000 views.
I don't see that. I see 884 views. I don't see
This
anything with more than 1,000 views. But anywho, he's on there. And he sent me a letter and hand wrote the URL addresses.
And I love that he copies the URL addresses into the videos themselves. So it will show up in the video.
You can't click it.
You can't click it. It's just there. You pause it and then you type it in, even though it's the video that you're already watching.
Yeah, and he's sending them to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
The president needs to know about this.
Yeah,
I appreciate it. Thank you, Lester, very much. We haven't heard from him in a long, long time. I've got to take a break here. If you want those Aerosmith tickets, they have set their farewell tour. They're calling it Peace Out. They're taking the Black Crows out with them, and they'll do the Romo Fijo this fall. So if you want to go, hook you up coming back. 35192 to text for anything else, or hit us up at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Gross and shocking. You ready?
Rock.
Money!
And Alan Cox.
It makes you gurgle and you get that thick spit.
Your FM home of the Guardians.
This building will shake.
100.7
WMMS.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Tonight, clear skies with patchy frost, a low around 35. Tomorrow, sunny with a high of 70. Friday, partly sunny, a chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. Friday's high, 75 to 80.
This report is sponsored by Tutankhamun, his tomb and his treasures, now open at Kosai.
More than 3,000 years ago in ancient Egypt, a young boy ascended to the throne. Tutankhamun. Experience a fascinating new exhibition. Back through time to ancient Egypt. Now open at Kosai, Tutankhamun, his tomb and his treasures. Tickets are on sale now at kosai.org.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
This is your Wednesday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks.
Well, one NBA playoff game tonight. It is game one of the Eastern Conference Finals. Heat Celtics. Celtics are a 7.5-point favorite at home. Total for game one at 210.5. The Heat and Celtics split the 4 games during the regular season. In fact, each team won on the other's home court. Jason Tatum scored 51 in that Game 7 win over the Sixers in the conference semis. He is averaging 28 points. Tonight, his over-under total just above that, 29.5. The Heat's Bam Adebayo averaged 25 in the 4 games against the Celtics during the regular season. His over-under point total tonight, 17.5. Eastern Conference Finals start tonight. Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals tomorrow. Lots of ways for you to get in on the action.
BetMGM is the king of sportsbooks. Download the app today and use code MINUTE. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to have fun and play responsibly. BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. 21 plus to wager. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. A buddy of mine is in the middle of building his own deck. He's got the giant post holes dug. He's going to be pouring the concrete. He's going to be putting the whole thing out back. It's going to look awesome. Now, you can't have that thing just bare. Patio season right around the corner. Whether you have a patio or a deck, maybe you want to upgrade the look and the feel of the thing back there. You're going to find amazing patio and deck furniture and items at Northeast Factory Direct. You just want to go back there after a long day, put your feet up. Maybe you work a hot tub into the mix. Either way, you don't want to be kicking around, especially when you build a deck like that to have people over. You don't be sitting there on folding chairs or cracked plastic ones. Northeast Factory Direct's got outdoor sectionals and fire pits and dining sets and all of it. Everything you need to enjoy the backyard, right now. Northeast Factory Direct always has amazing items for your home, inside and out. Ask them about the best price guarantee. That's the cherry on that whole Sunday. Walk into any one of their locations, you'll find something awesome for your home. West 140th in Cleveland, East Side in Euclid. They're on Freeway Drive in Macedonia, brand new location in North Canton, or anytime online, northeastfactorydirect.com.
You don't need to get personal.
The Fighty Pucks on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. 'Cause I love you, Alan. And it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Aerosmith. They have announced their farewell tour. They're calling it quits. Depending on what kind of Aerosmith fan you are, you might consider it too early or too late. Either way, they're going to do it one last time. Peace Out Tour brings them to Cleveland with special guests, the Black Crowes, who are never bad live. Thursday, September 21st, they're coming to the Romo Fijo. You go to rocketmortgagefieldhouse.com. Want to go see Aerosmith one last time. I'll be caller 10. Good luck, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Man, for me, this would have been the real hook last night.
Was this Turnstile?
Turnstile, who are an awesome band. They opened for Blink-182 last night at the Romo Fijo, and if I had tickets, I would have gone to see Turnstile and bailed on Blink-182. It's a band that I can't figure out why they're not bigger. They've been around a long time, and they have rabid fans, and they've been good for a long time. I think they're from D.C. and they were opening for Blink last night. They're also on Riot Fest, which got announced yesterday, which is a big deal in Chicago. We always miss Riot Fest, Gwen and I, because it's like our anniversary weekend, and we're always try to be somewhere nice and warm. But Riot Fest, there are a lot of festivals, right? You're hard-pressed, though, to find a more eclectic one than Riot Fest. Turnstile is going to be one of the big bands there. Foo Fighters, Postal Service, Death Cab for Cutie, The Cure, Queens of the Stone Age. They've got to be the only festival that has Ani DeFranco and the Insane Clown Posse on it. You can't hate that. Sleep Token, I can't say enough things about those guys. Pennywise, ICP, George Clinton, Code Orange, Bowling for Soup. So dozens and dozens and dozens of bands that second weekend in September. And Riot Fest Day was yesterday. Now, the best part of it is whoever is responsible for Riot Fest's social media channels, because they give zero Fs over there, and people will complain with any festival. Again, a complaint I see a lot, and I don't understand because this is not a new development. It's been going on like this for a long time, is people complaining that the tickets go on sale before they announce the lineup. That's essentially what every festival has been doing now for about 5 or 6 years. Is, hey, I mean, maybe not the first year of a festival, but when
you have the credibility of a Riot Fest.
When you're a few years in, they go, hey, get your tickets because they're going to go fast. We'll tell you next week who, they do it for Sonic Temple. They do it for Lollapalooza. People buy the tickets because it's not like it's going to stink. There's 400 bands. You'll be able to find 5 or 6 guaranteed that you love. Now, the tickets ain't cheap. They're like $300 a person for the weekend. Who might be the only person not on Riot Fest the weekend. But he's not even the weekend anymore.
He's not? What does he know?
He's going by his Christian.
Weekday?
He's Abel Tesfaye now.
Oh.
He's going by...
Every other weekend, they got a divorce, and he's only got custody.
Well, it's funny because people are like, what's going on with the weekend? He's going to go by his real name. Like, yeah, because he wants to be an actor now. He's got some HBO show that's starting up, so he wants people to
They want it.
Yeah, they go, who the hell is that, right? Same thing that happened to Ludacris. And The Rock.
Yeah,
Because-
but Ludacris still, I just know him as Ludacris.
But the transition is when you want to become an actor or something else, you go, okay, for maybe the first time out, I'm going to go by my stage name because people know who that is. So you go as Ludacris, right? He's still is he in Fast X?
Yep.
Okay. I don't know that Ludacris does any other acting at all, but every time one of these goddamn Fast and the Furious movies come out, he and Tyrese are right there.
Yep.
Right? They get the call. I'll be there. So first time out when you're acting, you go by your stage name because that's how people know you. Second time, you do a mix. So you start as The Rock, Scorpion King, The Rock. Then you go as Dwayne The Rock Johnson or Chris Ludacris Bridges. And then you transition fully to your name. Well, The Weeknd, he goes, screw that. Information's moving too quickly. This ain't 2005, homie. So The Weeknd goes, I'm done being The Weeknd. He's always short in E anyway. I never quite trusted that guy. He got lost during the Super Bowl. I didn't like that. That showed poor judgment on my part. But he's a talented guy. Next door here at The Weekend FM, they play a lot of him. Boy, do they play a lot of The Weeknd. But he's very popular. Anywho, Turnstile, coming full circle. I didn't get to that Blink show last night, but if you went just for Turnstile, respect. But if you had never seen them before, they are awesome. And they're going to be doing Riot Fest.
That
anyway,
stage setup looked cool. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with Turnstile, but from what I've heard of them, I enjoy them. They have a nice pop punky sound, but you got to stop talking down about Blink. They put on a great show.
I
They
didn't talk
sounded
down
great.
about
You're
Blink.
like, no, I would have left for Blink. You're
I
not going
would
to stay
have.
for one song?
No.
You're not going to stay for one Blink song?
No. I don't have
You know
I don't have the
Where are you?
I don't have the nostalgia for Blink 182 that I was 28 when they started doing stuff. I'm like, I don't care. I think it would be really weird.
But what is that? But you
God
get-
bless
but
those
one
guys.
song, you're there. You're
Huh?
already there, so stay for a couple songs. You're there. You're in the building.
Yeah, I guess, but do I want to wait? Do I like them enough to wait a half an hour to wait for Blink 182 to come on and then I leave after 2 songs?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
I don't like them that much. Like, they're good. I like those guys. Okay,
Worth
Travis is whatever.
It's just because he hates Travis.
I don't hate anybody.
You hate
I
you
don't.
really dislike Travis and his
I
drums.
do, but that's neither here nor there, right? Not hold it against the band. I don't like Tom DeLonge's singing style. I hate that. It's like a drill to the brain. Mark Hoppus I like very, very much. This guy beat cancer. God bless him. But it's got to be weird for any band of that ilk to be 50 and like, I can't wait till your parents leave. Those are the songs people are going to hear, and I fully understand. But I would not wait a half an hour between Turnstile and Blink 182 to then leave after 2 songs. When I can see Turnstile at Riot Fest with Mr. Bungle and Death Grips. Are you kidding me? And the Viagra Boys, Corey Feldman is doing Riot Fest.
That's why you want to go.
Well, there's some for everybody. Ani DeFranco and Insane Clown Posse. Who else? Rival Schools, great band. Warpaint, awesome. Quicksand, White Reaper. Parliament Funkadelic. And Finch. Bill loves Finch.
Oh, I do love Finch. I saw a dude wearing a Finch shirt the other day when I was at Coheed. I was like, hey. He's like, yep, I just saw him in Chicago.
That's what we were talking about before. You wear an adjacent band's shirt. You go, hey, Finch.
Mm-hmm.
I saw those guys hide from Disturbed 20 years ago. So, yeah. There's a band called the Bobby Lees.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, as in like Bobby Lee?
I don't know. There's a band called the Bobby Lees. They're from Woodstock, New York. And they formed in 2018. So it's a brand new band. They must love Bobby Lee. Why can't somebody have a band called the Alan Coxes? Some band out here, I keep that list, all these dumb fake band names, and I tell people that they can use any of them if they're new to the rock and roll game and just need a dumb name. If you want to use Stink Pickle, you can. Flemme brulee, it's yours. Weepy meat, go right ahead. Sushi bazooka, all done. But the Bobby Lees, good for them. They say it comes from one of their own songs called Bobby Lee. So maybe it's just a snake eating its tail. Maybe they're such big fans of Bobby Lee that when they used to call themselves something else, they did a song called Bobby Lee, and then they go, let's just call ourselves the Bobby Lees. But pick any, if you're in a band and you need a name, pick any one of us, right? The Cody Browns. You'd be touring around Northeast Ohio and beyond. The Mary Santoras.
Hell yeah.
THEE. The Bill Squires.
I like the Helpful Browns better.
The Helpful Browns. Dealer's choice. Whatever you like. So, Riot Fest, they never let you down. That's where they reunited the Misfits a couple years ago. That's where, obviously Foo Fighters is basically, they're not turning anyone down for festivals. Not only did they not break up after Taylor Hawkins died, they went there were people like, is this the end of the Foo Fighters? And then they would kind of breadcrumb you a little bit over the last year, like, okay, good, it sounds like they're going to stay together. Not only are they staying together, they really, really want to go out and play. They're doing every goddamn festival. After hours line, you can always leave us messages there. Anytime, 216-986-8903.
Hey guys, Jackson Max here. Even though I'm upset, Alan, because your White Sox beat my Guardians last night, I'm very upset about that. Can you still hit the post on Glory of Love by Chicago's own Peter Cetera? Hey, chill back.
Glory of Love. Wow. Karate Kid, right? Wasn't that when Peter Cetera?
It's a great song.
Wow. He was the friggin' bass player in Chicago and the singer. He breaks out, has a massive solo career. Because he was a good-looking dude, had a nice voice. Glory of Love.
I like the cover by Newfound Glory from the Screen to Your Stereo album that they did.
I haven't heard that. What kind of ramp does Glory of Love have? 13 seconds. Mm-hmm. Can I do 13 seconds?
I think 13 seconds.
You remember the Glory of Love?
Yeah. Yeah.
That guy's voice. See, Chicago was another band, and not because of any regional loyalty. Chicago was another band my mom loved Chicago. And they started out as like this super progressive, like jazz fusion band. They were called Chicago Transit Authority. And then they shortened it down, and they just named their albums whatever number they were. So it was Chicago 17, Chicago 18. And Peter Cetera was not even their first singer. He was in the band. But then when he kind of went up front, they had all these massive pop hits in the 80s. My mom loved that. Ate it up. Glory of Love. Let me try it. 100.7 WMMS Brand New song from Peter Cetera. If he doesn't call his album Et Cetera, he's a big dummy. This one's from Karate Kid 2. Spoiler alert, the kid wins. Glory of Love on the Buzzard. That was weak. That was weak. Well, I'll
give you credit for Et Cetera.
Et Cetera.
Et Cetera.
Oh, come on, man. Your name's Peter Cetera, and you don't call an album Et Cetera? Sorry, Dex. That was weak.
Try it on the Newfound Glory version I just sent you.
Well, does it have a 13-second ramp on it?
Probably got about a 2-second ramp.
Might all I got. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Was this from an album of covers?
Yeah, they did a cover album that was basically like songs from movies.
I hate that stuff.
Oh, I love it so much.
It's like when the Ataris did Boys of Summer.
Oh, it's the best.
You break out with a cover song, and they go, well, of course, because the song is great.
But it's a fun version of it.
I get a fun version, I guess.
Hey, San Dimas High School Football Rules is a great song, too, by the Ataris.
Yeah, I get it. It's Bill and Ted.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, that's, God bless you. It's hard out there for a pimp or anyone else.
You prefer that they're going.
No, I don't need that. No, I'm not talking. Nope.
I like that.
I don't have that affinity and that love and that wink, ain't we cute? like pop punk bands doing. It's not for me, man. Just not for me. You know, we're in the car this morning, and my daughter, obviously because she's 7, she loves female-fronted rock and roll. It just hits right.
Paramore?
Yep.
Hailstorm?
No Doubt. Well, that's more rock. I mean, like, I'm talking like when she hears No Doubt, she wants me to turn it up. And all I hear is Susie Sue because I'm an old guy. So it's like I've never enjoyed Gwen Stefani's voice. I appreciate No Doubt. I get the whole thing. But, you know, as a parent, I'm a giver. And so, sure, I crank it up. I'll have Paramore tickets, by the way, next week, since Poundcake mentioned them. And this is another band. I think Paramore's dynamite. How they are doing arenas, I'll never know.
Because their songs, they do a lot of soundtracks, and their songs are just so damn catchy, like Misery Business,
A lot
Crush.
of people have, I agree, but a lot of people, God, my God.
It's 20 years old.
That Decode song was in Twilight, so they got all the
I
young
think it's
fans
because she
there.
left and then came back.
But it's because they've been around for 20 years now, too. Yeah. So and their fan base isn't 15 years old.
We have money now.
Yeah, it's 30-year-olds that are going to see him now. So they're like, yeah, we'll go see you in an arena.
Anyway, I will have those tickets next week. That show is not far off. It's June 4th. Again, this is a show where I would go for the opener and split because Block Party is opening. So Paramore and Block Party are going to do Romo Fijo on June 4th. So I will have tickets for you next week if you're a fan of either of those bands. But listen, it's nothing but love. I'm just saying, if I had
don't wear the band of the
Leaving Before the Headliner.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I love those shows.
I would see the opener and then split. That is the
nothing makes me happier than when I go for the opening band. I love it because I get to dip. And I don't plan it that way. There's just so many shows that come through where I see who's opening. I go, awesome. Like, I like the headliner, but I'm not going to hang out for 30 minutes.
That is not that long. That's not
that long.
That's what's so annoying about standpoint is that you're acting like 30 minutes is 2 hours.
No, I'm not. 30 minutes is 30 minutes.
It's not that long.
But if I'm not a huge fan of the headliner, why am I going to wait? Why would I wait 10 minutes?
You go get a hot dog, go pee.
Go get a hot dog at the House of Blues. What, I'm going to stand there eating popcorn like I'm in the movies in the 30s?
You grab a drink.
No. By the way, House of Blues never change. I think that popcorn is hilarious. I love popcorn. But at a show, I love it. No, I'm not saying 30 minutes is 2 hours. I'm saying if I'm not way into the headliner, there's plenty of shows I stay for the whole thing. If I'm not into the headliner, beautiful. I'm not waiting 30 minutes. Make it 20. I'm not waiting 20 minutes to stand there for a couple of songs from a band I kind of like.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Because what's going to happen with Blink? And obviously, I didn't go last night, but I bet I can figure out what happened.
Kourtney Kardashian actually came out and took her clothes off, and you missed out on it because you didn't stay.
I'm a Kim guy. I'm a Kim guy. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 W. The Buzzard.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Little Steely Dan Motley Crue mashup of the Buzzard. You know, I had a conversation yesterday with Carmine Appice, who is a legendary rock and roll drummer. You can hear the whole thing on the iHeartRadio app, yesterday's show. It was just fun for me. You know, I'm a drummer and love talking to people who do that, especially as prolific as he's been. And we were on such kind of a good vibe that I didn't want to do a 180 on him. But he was making some news because he's really, really good friends with Mick Mars from Motley Crue. And they ousted him, and they got John Five in the band now, whatever. But Carmine Appice was saying that Mick Mars said to him that he kind of wanted to leave anyway. He hasn't been in tip-top health in a long, long time, but that now that Motley Crue is back out there on the road, they're mostly playing to tracks. Back up Vince Neil's voice, which is not exactly in tip-top shape. And, of course, Nikki Sixx got really, really upset, saying that Carmine was a washed-up drummer and who cares what he thinks, but did not say that they weren't playing to tracks. And my thought is, listen, man, if you got to go out there and play to tracks, you know, Motley Crue is a band where just a few years ago they were like, we will never tour again. They made a big show out of it, right? We signed a piece of paper in our blood that says that we're done and we're never going back out again. And that barely, you know, some bands will come back 5-6 years later. These guys barely were at home for the summer when they were like, we're going out and doing stadiums. So it's like good for them, but I can't imagine anybody shocked that Motley Crue is going out there and playing to tracks. I mean, there's nothing about Vince Neil, even if you love the band, nothing about him is in shape. Not his voice, not his body. So, you know, I mean, they make memes out of Vince Neil singing live with subtitles down below that are just gibberish because he's just blowing through the lyrics. It's like they've sung these songs. So, listen, man, if you're going out for a cash grab, nothing wrong with that. It's your catalog, it's your music, it's your money. But, you know, if somebody comes out and goes, yeah, it's all tracks. They're playing the tracks. I don't know where the, you know, so much has changed in rock and roll. I don't know why there's so much resistance to that. They know how to play. It's not like they're a brand new band. They're not Ashley Simpson on Saturday Night Live.
One of my favorite moments.
Where the, you know.
Love that stupid dance she does. It rules.
Where
every white girl does that.
She stopped singing and the track is still going, right? Mm-hmm. That whole thing. I mean, but again, I didn't want to. It would have felt weird to go, so what's up with you and Nikki Sixx? You know, we kind of had a good vibe going, and but I would have liked to have gotten into that part of the conversation with him because I'm curious to hear what that's all about. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, first of all, thank you for your service. But tell me where you do it. Pam and Sharon listen in Grayson, Kentucky. That's out there, boy. Grayson. It's not far from the West Virginia border. Keith and Teresa listen in Key West. You know where Key West is, Poundcake?
Do I know where Key West is? Yeah, Key West of Florida.
Key West of Florida.
Did he say Key West of Florida?
It's south.
It is, but it is of Florida.
It is
of Florida.
It's
that's
the
what he's
Florida
saying.
Keys, but they call it Key West because it's the West Key of Florida. It's just I just know because all the gays go there, and my friends go there.
It's very gay.
The southernmost point of America is out there.
Not Puerto Rico?
The continental U.S.
Mm-hmm. You know that Key West isn't part of the continent.
It is.
Not
You know what
con-
the word continental means?
Not the contiguous U.S.
It's all connected by a bridge, right?
Yeah, okay.
They had the southern. They literally, I know because my roommates they have a house out there, or one of my roommates' brothers have a house out there, and they take a picture in front of like that big. I don't know if it's a statue or like a ship bow or something, and it says the southernmost point of the U.S. It has it written on.
It's like a buoy.
Something like that.
That one of my last.
It's an archipelago. I mean, you're right. It is connected by the bridge.
It's connected by the bridge.
But it's not connected to the mainland, I guess is my point.
That's what I'm saying with Hawaii and Puerto Rico. Yes, they're in Guam. They're all a part of the U.S., so are the Virgin Islands. But you don't count it as a part of the continent. There's Britain.
What?
Britain has.
He was on a good run. He's like Belushi in Animal House. Did we stop when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
Saying, you could be a part of the Commonwealth, but not necessarily a part of Europe. Like Canada is a part of the Commonwealth. The British Virgin Islands, they have a bunch of Commonwealths all over the country, but they're not a part.
Right, the BVIs are under British rule, yes.
So that's all.
Okay.
I didn't want to. I don't want. I'm stopped.
You have or have not gone to Key West?
I have not.
Okay.
I was actually
because that's at the very end. Like I have a friend who practically lives there. They go so often, and I've never been.
Yeah.
Very first job in radio I was ever offered was in Key West.
My boyfriend is from Florida. Oh, I'm getting used to saying that now. But yeah, my boyfriend's from
Mick boyfriend.
He lived in Florida for several years, and he had never gone to Key West. Because he said Florida's just a big-ass state, and we just never made it out there. Anywhere you go is tropical.
Did he live farther north? Where did he live?
He lived in Melbourne.
Okay.
So we were thinking of either Key West or Puerto Rico when, summer dies down and we are all overworked and we want a place to go.
Gotcha. Well, that would be nice then for you guys. All right.
I love that for you.
I love that for you. I mean, Melbourne to Key West, it's only a 6-hour drive.
Yeah, but what's the point if you could? There's gays where he is. I mean, there's water where he is.
No, I understand.
So
he was never curious.
He probably never really had a reason to.
Yeah, I understand. You guys doing something tonight? What are you and my boyfriend doing?
No, we
make a weekend plans. We're out here on Friday.
I'm aware.
Okay,
we'll probably do something Friday.
Spinatos, Northfield.
What's happening there?
Oh, I'm doing a
Bill Maher's
comedy
show.
show.
Yeah, Bill Maher is at the MGM Northfield Park, he said. What's happening?
I think that one's sold out. So you got to go to Spinatos.
Oh, sorry.
Go to Spinatos.
You're taking sloppy seconds? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, of course.
Bill Squire, it does not take sloppy seconds.
That is.
You know how that reflects on me?
It has nothing to do with you. Come to see the opener at Spinatos.
Right.
Leave before the headliner.
No, not when the headliner is Bam Bam Bill Squire. Who is the opener on Saturday?
Gabe Gary.
Okay.
He's a
I
newer
will
comic.
come for the headliner.
Very funny guy, though. Very funny. And he's originally from out there. That's why we're doing it out there.
You're going to his backyard.
Yep.
I see.
It'll be a good time.
All right, sir.
Funny guy.
Well, anywho, right.
And
so
John Brown, too, who's also very funny.
Okay. John Brown is on Mary Santora's Ha Ha Brew Ha Ha comedy show, isn't he?
June 1st, Foundry Social.
Yeah, on Medina.
Yes, very excited about that. John Brown and John Armstrong.
You got to get you got to buy tickets.
Eventbrite, yeah.
$25 in advance.
MarySantora.com, you can get tickets.
$20 to be at the bar. Or thefoundrysocial.com.
All of it.
June 1.
June 1.
That's not that far off.
It's Thursday.
Holy mackerel.
Would you even know it?
That's 2 weeks and a day from today.
15 days.
That's 15 days. I think that's how the math works out.
Yeah.
So it turns out Lauren Boebert's husband had no idea that she was filing for divorce, which I find highly suspect. Either you're not paying attention, and he doesn't sound like a guy who was paying a whole lot of attention to his wife, but for you to be surprised by it, most people get divorced. It's not something that happens overnight. That's stuff that happens in the movies when one person goes to the other one and they're on vacation and she goes, I want a divorce. Like usually in everyday life with just, us out here in the world, things build up to it. The people I'm divorced, not currently, but people who have gone through a divorce, they will tell you, oh, it was bad for a while, right? But Lauren Boebert, who's out there in Colorado, very famously a 36-year-old grandmother, very, very happy about her teenage son procreating, dropped the news that she had filed for divorce with her husband. The implication seeming to be that he might have stepped outside the marriage. I don't know, but they said that he was very angry when he was served the divorce papers, and that he tried to chase off the process server, that he was sitting on his porch cleaning his gun. Natch. Why are guns so filthy? Guns are always, they're always cleaning their guns. Huh?
Probably putting them up their butts.
Gotta get this poop out the barrel. It's filthy, filthy guns. They're always cleaning them, always wiping them down. I understand they need to be cleaned occasionally, depending on how often you're using them, but always clean. Maybe that's what led to the divorce.
Is it poor form to have
She's like, why don't you touch me like that anymore? What?
Is it poor form to have like a dusty gun? Like you ever reach for it, it's like, all right.
What is it, from the 1800s?
Well, if you're not touching your gun that often, it's sitting in like your little, I hope you have like a little storage unit for it. So wouldn't it get dusty?
Not if it's in like a little safe. You put your thumbprint on it or you type in a code. It wouldn't be dusty if it's in a box.
Dust doesn't accumulate inside of like a safe or a little cabinet.
I mean, not if it hasn't been, if it's been around for 150 years maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, Jason Boebert was reportedly very surprised, caught off guard by the guy. First of all, how'd you like to be the process server? You're friggin' Seth Rogen in the Pineapple Express. You're like walking up to this guy's house. He's sitting there. He hurled off a bunch of expletives at the guy, let his dogs loose. Always a pro move. Said he was extremely angry. Didn't see it coming. Of course, he denies all this. And he's probably right. He probably acted angry and surprised, but it wasn't like it took him by surprise. Process server said that her husband was cleaning a gun and drinking a tall glass of beer when he was served with papers.
No, I've been divorced.
Yep.
And if we kind of came to that decision together for the most part, but if someone were to just be like, hey, I don't want to be with you anymore, I don't get that trying to fight it.
Well, that's where counseling comes in.
I don't get that
is that
whole
about
thing.
Staying with the person is about the money.
We went to counseling. Everything's about the money for you.
But I'm just saying,
It's
like,
not
if
about the
someone
money.
wants to,
There's an old.
if someone doesn't want to be with me, I don't want to
You're
be
not
with
gonna
them.
fight it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, okay, that's your decision. Whatever.
The old
Get
joke
outta
is
here.
why is divorce so expensive? Because it's worth it.
Oh, that's old. I thought that was new. I just thought of that. God
You know
damn it.
what?
Delete the tweet, Bill. Delete it.
Shut up, Bill. No, it's not about the money. Unless you have millions of dollars, and then yes, you're gonna fight. But like,
She does, doesn't she?
Who? Lauren Boebert?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. She didn't even have a restaurant anymore. Her like shoot my guns restaurant or whatever it was. I mean, that closed down. I think it just got too much heat on her, even out where she is. But they famously met when they were teenagers, so they've been married a long time. Divorce sucks. So whether or not this guy was surprised is kind of immaterial. Makes for clickbait, but they got 4 sons. They got kids and the whole thing. Listen, my first wife, she didn't want to get divorced. We went to counseling, but between the female counselor who clearly had it out for me, there wasn't even the whiff of objectivity there.
She called you a pig?
I wasn't that. No, it wasn't name calling, but she was very clearly the kind of counselor where it's like she's coming in with the notion that it's, of course, the guy's fault. Now, in our case, it was absolutely the guy's fault. And so
what did she do to make you cheat? That's what I'm saying.
She didn't do anything. My ex-wife is a wonderful person, and she's a fantastic mom. But it didn't work out. So we went to counseling because I was like, okay, you know what? you're right. A lot of people do that, and some people come out the other side because you have a lot of couples that were like, didn't say things to each other that they then say in counseling. Now, the other side of that coin is, if counseling is going to work at all, you got to get super, super real. And not a lot of people can come out the other side of that. But at least that way, you both come to the conclusion that it ain't going to work. And that was the conclusion. Again, she kind of, Anyway, so I don't know what these two people have gone through. And it does feel kind of gross, and you see a lot of it on social media. People going, ha, 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 Lauren Boebert, because they don't like her. And, again, listen, all these people that are like talking about family values, whatever that means to people. Some people think that getting rid of drag queens has to do with family values. It doesn't, but they think it does. So whatever the two of them, it feels gross to be like, ha, ha, they're getting divorced. Because, whatever. But I just think about the process server, the guy who had to walk up on this house. Hey, are you Jason Boebert? I sure am. You see me cleaning my gun, don't you?
With my tall beer.
My tall beer. There's a full yard. Got the iHeartRadio app. You know what? At your full disposal, and if you want to leave messages there, you can.
Gonna play is, Mr. Boebert, why are you cleaning your gun?
What?
Seems like you're cleaning your gun a lot. Is it because you're putting it up your butt?
Oh. It ain't because I'm putting it up my butt. I'm finna use it.
Up your butt?
Nope. I don't know what he does with his gun.
I was listening to a podcast today at 3/4 feet again, and you guys were talking about kettle corn and popcorn and all that good stuff, and I had a great thought. I'm going to defer to Mary, Poundcake, and Bill on this one. What if you had kettle corn and you put butter and salt on it? It sounds like it could be amazing. Alan, I'm discluding you because you have no taste. Love you, bye.
Discluding me because I have no taste.
Wow.
Oh, boy, that's funny.
I like to dip my kettle corn in hot sauce. That's like one.
Is that true? Are you being for real?
100% true. I get like a little tiny
so
saucer.
White trash.
Why is that
Why
white
is that
trash?
white trash?
Can you not be? I'm just kidding. No.
Yeah, I get a little
He's
tiny
not kidding.
saucer, put some Frank's Red
No, my
Hot
brother
in
does
there, pop me up a little bag of kettle corn, and dippy-doo. That's how I like it.
I mean, kettle corn.
I don't like stuff being soggy. So.
Listen.
Well, no, you do one piece at a time. I'm not putting the hot sauce on top of the popcorn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm dipping each kernel or two or three in some hot sauce.
It's cold.
Yeah. I like kettle corn. I don't have it very often. I'm very, very pro popcorn. It's good fiber. It's just you got to do so much extra flossing.
Yes.
That's what
Yeah, it's real gross.
It's just it's very
It's
labor
work,
intensive.
yeah.
But again, listen, one more thing we can thank the Dutch for. Kettle corn. So many other things. Poundcake told me this. So many things we have to thank the Dutch for, right?
Their ovens.
Their ovens, the microscope, any
babies, the Dutch babies. If you don't like a Dutch baby, you can get the hell out.
Well, they become Dutch boys, and
the double.
Dutch boy was a thing too.
The double. Any physical media, right? The cassette, the CD, the DVD. Thank the Dutch. Bluetooth, Wi-Fi.
Going
thank
halves
the Dutch.
on a date?
Yup.
Thanks, Dutch.
So many things to thank the Dutch, and kettle corn's just...
we're getting apps because we're going Dutch.
So, speaking of which, did somebody fart?
No.
Nope. Did you?
I did not. Nope, I wouldn't have asked had it been me.
I'm for that guy's idea to put the butter and the butter and salt on the kettle corn.
Okay.
Go for it.
Well, there you go.
Snack however you want, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's your day.
Mary is pro hot sauce on the kettle corn. Now, do you do that with regular popcorn or specifically kettle corn?
Specifically kettle corn.
Okay.
I just like the sweet.
You want the
salty,
sweet, the
spicy.
salt, and the spicy.
Yeah.
You're trying to cram as many flavor profiles as you possibly
she likes
can.
the flavor profiles to dance with each other.
Collide.
Her
Dance on my
palate.
tongue.
It's cold.
5'10".
I got to take a break. I'll have those Berea Rib Cook-Off passes for you. Memorial Day weekend is coming up, and there's no better place to spend it than the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. With all the ribs and sauces and free parking and music. Ooh! I get turgid just thinking about it. So I'll get you those passes after the break. 35192 if you want to text. A Poundcake Sports Break is directly ahead of you, too.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Superstars. This is Dave Grohl from the Foo Fighters. Best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
It's time to give stuff away.
All right, Memorial Day weekend not far off, and with it comes Berea's National Rib Cook-Off and Beer Fest. All that weekend at the Cuyahoga County Fairgrounds. Rib Heaven. 12 rib teams competing for Best Ribs and Best Sauce awards. Free musical entertainment. Kids 12 and under are free. Parking's free all weekend long. BereaRib.com if you really want to drill down and find out everything that's going on. Get you the Berea Rib Fun Pack. What's in that? No clue. But I'm sure it's great, and it'll hook you up for Memorial Day weekend. So caller 10, this is yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are you trying to make us all uncomfortable?
Alan Cox.
It's gross, it's weird, it's not right, it's not cool.
And there's plenty more where that came from. Back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Got a brand new Poundcake Sports Break here in just a few minutes. Guardians play tonight, 8:10. They lost last night in Chicago to the White Sox, 8-3. Improbably, but you know they say, in a given Tuesday. So they'll play them again tonight from Guaranteed Rate Field. Rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it? 8:10 is the first pitch. That series will end tomorrow afternoon at 2:10. And then Cleveland will go to New York to play Verlander and the Mets. And then they'll return home to host the White Sox. And I will have tickets for you tomorrow. Another 4-pack to see the Guardians when the White Sox are in town on the 24th. Tomorrow around 3:50. I'll have those for you. In the meantime, just tune in tonight. 8:10, 7:40 is when pregame will get going here on MMS and on the iHeartRadio app. If you want to listen there, you certainly can. If you want to drop us messages there, you can do it as well. Alan, did you see that they're renaming the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile? These sons of bitches. Why? Because it's Wiener? Is that what we've come to?
Mobile.
People have taken umbrage with Mobile for too long.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. They're not going to use it for their children, their babies in cribs. The city in Alabama is changing its name.
That's where that started.
Son of a bitch. The Wienermobile is changing its name to the Frankmobile.
Told you.
I mean, come on, man. Every summer, they do this a big casting call for people to drive this thing around the country. And I'm sure you've seen it throughout Northeast Ohio over the years. I remember I was driving home one night a couple of summers ago, and it was parked in a hotel parking lot right off the Crocker Park exit. Just sitting there. The Frankmobile, they say it pays homage to the new recipe for its hot dog. Maybe this is temporary. Possibly. I think maybe they're rolling out a new vehicle or something.
I see what you
This, the all-beef Frankmobile. And then on the wheel well, it says, please do not lick the Frankmobile. It would still be fun to drive. It looks like it handles like a dream. Not ungainly at all. They're they're being real shy about whether or not the name change is permanent. So I have to think that it's just temporary. Maybe for this summer. I like, though, if you are working for a hot dog company, that you have to really make it a big deal that you've changed your recipe. Because, there's a generation of people who might remember before beef hot dogs was a thing. You would assume there'd be some meat in there. But a long time ago, it had to be very little meat. There were federal limits on like how many bug bee holes could be in there and rat droppings and things like that. So everybody getting their teats in a twist over genetically modified organisms, GMO food. Hot dogs used to be mostly fly wings and raccoon droppings. They were still delicious. Wienermobile goes back to 1936. So this better be temporary because I'll tell you what. If hot dogs, what's more American than hot dogs? I'm asking, what's more American than hot dogs? If the woke mind virus, Bill.
School shootings.
School shootings.
That's a
Okay,
good
fine.
one.
There's that. More American than hot dogs. Fine. All right, there's Jason Boebert cleaning his gun. If Oscar Mayer Wienermobile has gone woke. Now think about if you're a guy named Frank. That'll be fun. It's going to be a good summer for you. Because Franks don't get a lot of respect. Not in a way that you'd want it. Sitcom dads, sure. Who are famous Franks? Costanza. Costello.
Frankie Lindor. Does that
Frankie
count?
Yeah, he's famous.
But his name's not really Frank.
Francisco.
Right.
All right, well.
Frank Capra.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Caliendo.
He's coming in a few weeks.
Frank.
Zappa. Frank Zappa.
Frankenstein.
Franklin Nemo Stein.
Franklin the Turtle.
Got a real bad rep. Franklin the Turtle. Franklin from Peanuts.
Franklin.
Frank Lloyd Wright. Architect. Frank Ocean. Great artist.
Frank
Sinatra.
Frank Lee.
Frank Lee. What?
I don't give a damn.
Frank Costanza. Sitcom dads. Frank Barone. If you watched Everybody Loves Raymond. That was the late, great Peter Boyle. So many Franks. And so it's going to be a big, big summer. If you're named Frank and you enjoy hot dogs. Now, listen. Hot dogs have always, or a long time, been called Franks. But little by little, they're chipping away at the respect paid to Franks, right? First, it's French currency that goes away. Then it's the Wienermobile. Who knows? But I did not see that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I like to laser focus on the important issues affecting America, like the name change on the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Al and I worked with a guy named Frank, and he was a wiener.
Frank's a hard name. It's like not a particularly arousing name.
Arousing?
Frank? Wow. Oh, Frank.
Sorry, Franks.
You know what I mean? Wow. It's just a Frank. That's how I want to say it. When I hear
You're not going to yell, "Oh, Frank."
Oh, Frank.
Frankie
no,
Muniz.
Frank. That's how I hear it. When I see it, that's
Like
how I
a
say it in
honk.
my Frank.
Frank.
Yeah.
All right. What about Frank Stallone, right? Younger brother of one Sly Stallone, but listen, famous pop artist, famous whatever. Frank Bello from the great band Anthrax. Frank, I don't know. You're right. Nobody's yelling out Frank.
That's what I mean.
Okay. Well, you're not.
Are you a name sayer during sex, though?
Sometimes.
I don't really say name.
What's your name? Oh, Brian.
What's your name? Hey, write it down.
Oh, is it with an I or a Y?
I.
I want.
This was you. That was you. That was me doing you asking him.
Oh, you were. Okay.
You didn't recognize my amazing Mary Santora impression?
That's not how it normally sounds. It's not like, oh my God, what's your name while we're having sex? That
that's
would be
what it is.
normally how your Mary Santora impression has evolved.
So if Brian screamed Mary Louise, what's the middle name?
Mary Lynn Louise.
Mary Lynn Louise Santora.
Nobody's yelling out full names.
You don't know. The world's a big place. There's a lot Someone
Wait,
might
wants to
scream
be
out
that
full names.
specific?
Yeah, maybe. I
Because
want you to
there's
know
other
that you're
Mary Lynn's out there?
you're hitting this. I want you to know.
I don't think so.
Well, listen, it's like when you're a kid and you get in trouble, you get called all three names.
No, I get middle
Some
name.
people, they like that during sex. They want to replicate that. You get called what?
I get called Cody Allen.
Oh,
Cody
just the first two.
Ooh, it feels so good. Because the Brown was redundant. She knew, like, Cody Allen. Uh-oh, who's in trouble? Alan.
I never got called by all three names.
Usually, I got called.
We didn't get the three name thing when we were in trouble.
I got called three names, but it was my other brother's names first before my parents got to mine.
Yeah.
Like,
Kyle, Mary, Lena.
Don Bill.
Yeah.
Bill's in trouble.
It was my grandma would do that all the time. She'd run through every single kid's name. And then you're like, I'm in trouble. I'm like, I'm Mary. Grandma, we have the same name. It's me. Like, I'm literally named after you. I'll get off the Davenport.
Oh, God.
Whatever you're mad
Get
about.
off the Davenport.
Get your feet off the Davenport.
Pull the drapes and get your feet off the Davenport.
What's a Davenport?
Couch. It's a brand of couch.
It was a brand name of couch back in the day, but every grandparent would call it by its proper
it was like
name.
Band-Aids, yeah.
Yeah, Kleenex.
Yeah, I got to put plastic on the Davenport.
Yeah. And my grandma always had Afghans, and I would complain because...
Dogs or blankets?
The blankets made from dog. And I would tell her, I would complain that the blankets had holes in them. And she's like, they're heavy blankets. That's a nice Afghan. And I would tell my parents, I'd be like, Grandma's blankets all have holes? Because I felt like they wouldn't keep me warm because there's holes in them.
Yeah. You thought all the cold air would get through the holes.
Yes, it's the dumbest blanket ever, dude.
It's like a cable knit sweater. I'm freezing in this thing. It's got long sleeves. Alan, how are you forgetting Frank Drebin from Police Squad? You mean Enrico Palazzo? I know him by his given name.
Frank Thomas.
Yes.
Isn't he the Wendy's guy?
The Big Hurt.
That's Dave Thomas.
Dave Thomas.
Who's Frank Thomas?
Baseball player.
Former Chicago White Sox. All right, Poundcake, are you ready for the sports break?
After that, yes.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, I don't think the world is ready for this hot girl summer. Newly divorced ladies Shakira and Giselle, I'm going to attempt it, Bündchen? Did I say it right? Bündchen?
Nailed it.
Yes, okay. Link up for a Miami dinner date with the kids. You know, they got to save face before they hit the secret penthouse full of, you know, the hottest meat that the 305 can provide. You know, it's so funny because Shakira and Giselle were in relationships with high-profile footballers for over a decade. And now that that's over, it's time for the bad bitches to link up. So I'm sure the ladies had a wonderful evening with their kids. Wink, wink. Also, speaking of bad bitches, Becky Hammon, who's allegedly supposed to be the first NBA female head coach, is in hot water for comments she allegedly made about one of her players' pregnancies. Derica Hamby, star of the Las Vegas Aces, said she was mistreated by the front office and her teammates. See, it be your own team. She said she was asked if her pregnancy was planned, and when she responded no, she was allegedly told that she wasn't taking the precautions to not get pregnant. So she said that she was being traded from the team, and everyone was mad because the team, quote, needed bodies. Clearly, the bitch Becky wasn't thinking clearly because you did have bodies. In fact, you got two for the price of one. I say let her pop that baby out and put it to work, but that's just my opinion. And lastly, screw you guys, I'm going Mahomes. Jackson Mahomes appeared in court yesterday for a sexual battery case. Jackson, who is the younger brother of quarterback Patrick Mahomes, although he's less rich, he's not necessarily less famous. With over 1 million followers on TikTok, he's got a reputation to uphold. So homie showed up to court stunting. He had a gray suit and black sunglasses, and he is due back in court late August and is to not have any contact with any of the witnesses in the case. So the judge basically told him, hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
Becky Hammon's a new coach, right? Wasn't she Popovich's? It was like a big deal that she was a female in the NBA.
Yeah.
Okay. So she hasn't been in the WNBA
very long
for long then.
Yeah. He was suspended 2 games.
2 games. I remember she was a player. I do remember that, but wow, all right. God, Shakira's 46. I didn't know that. I still think these women are like 31 years old.
So they're hipsters.
Because you think you're 41 years old.
No, I know. I'm 51. No, but I have no concept of time passing for other people. Only myself. You know why, Mary? Because I live.
Don't even say it, because you don't.
Within myself.
Oh.
Yeah, I do. What
I was
do you
gonna
think
say
I was
in the
gonna say?
moment.
Huh?
In the moment.
Well, we all live in the moment.
No.
you can't help it.
No,
you have to live in the
some
moment.
people live in the past.
You can't live in the past.
Watch me.
You have to live in the moment.
No, you don't get to tell me where and when I can live.
Go live in the past.
I will. Man, 2018
I can still see
was
you.
crazy.
What? You only went back 5 years?
She's back in
Yeah.
so she can drunk.
So I can be drunk again.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's all I want.
Well, you might not be drunk, but you're going to be fat again. You
That's
got that to
fine.
look forward to.
I will be fat and
Once
drunk. I don't
Geraci's
care.
opens
Watch
up around
me.
the corner.
Watch me.
Yep.
I'm not going back to being fat pound cake. No
Do
way.
it, Cody. Come to the dark side.
No.
My fat pants that I bought 2 months ago are starting to get tight. And you know what?
Well, the dark side is inside of her increased shadow, is what she's talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Up under where my belly folds over when I sit.
Yep.
That's where you can get right in there, Cody. It's nice and warm.
Probably stink in there.
It doesn't stink. I showered, bro. You can be fat and have good hygiene. Oh.
You can, I know.
What did she do?
I accidentally lowered my chair as I said
How
that.
fat you are.
I did.
Yeah.
My foot knocked in. It was like, ding.
Her chair can no longer withstand. With stain.
With stain, yeah. With
Her
stain into my
increased
weight.
carriage. Wow.
So
Yeah,
if I
listen.
want to live in 2018 and be a fat drunk with red hair, you can't tell me what to do.
I would never tell you what to
Alan.
do. Would never tell you what to
Alan.
Yeah, Mary was the type of drunk that would have all the extra liquid at the ends of her mouth while she would talk.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
You know
Have the
you know
what?
He was talking about when you get those like white creases on the side of your mouth.
Full of liquid. Yeah, you would.
Gross.
When I was the one and only
One
time.
time she did that, and you're tagging her with it?
I don't believe it.
The one and only time I got drunk with her, we were doing shots at Corner Alley. It was like after the comedy show or something. And you're like, you're going to do another shot. And I'm like, I'm not going to do another shot. You're
No,
like,
that
"Yes, you
wasn't that wasn't white foam. I was stealing people's sandwiches. That was mayonnaise
White foam.
or ranch
Yep.
dripping from my mouth.
Yep.
Listen.
She was the Hellman's Bandit back then.
Just spoonfuls of it.
Ugh.
Ugh.
I remember Mary buying me a shot in Scottsdale.
I winked at you.
Hey, the
"Send
girl
this
at the
to that guy."
girl at the end of the bar wants to buy you a shot. Really?
Alan said, "I still got it."
I still got it.
JK, it's Mary.
Who pretended to fight so Mary could get laid?
What?
What?
Wasn't that a thing?
I think Erica and I had some. Was it me and Erica, or was it?
Somebody faked a fight at a bar, and then it was a technique to get a guy to talk to Mary. Mary was like walked in with 3 people. Am I making this up?
No, we did something like that because it was
any of
me,
this.
my ex-girlfriend, and we had some. Well, you
This
didn't
was
remember.
this in Arizona?
Yeah.
This was in Arizona. He wasn't
we went
with us
out,
in
but we
Arizona.
went
Yeah.
to like 5 different bars in one night in
Yeah.
Arizona.
Yeah.
I did make out with that one guy.
It was Erica and someone else that was like participating in the fight.
I think it was my ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
What?
This
How
is
does
when
that
you-
even make sense?
I don't remember how it all
No,
made
it was
sense, but
it was a
some-
man. It was a man that Erica was fighting with, allegedly. It was all an act to get someone to talk to Mary. You all 3 were at the bar or something.
That doesn't make any
I
sense.
don't
Yes, it
remember.
was.
You 2 fight so this guy will talk to me?
Yeah, because it was like a technique where if they faked a fight and you just like stood there and didn't know what to do or something like that, like you looked lonely and while your friends were fighting, the guy came over and was like, "Oh, are you there with them?" And you were like, "Yeah."
Boy, that's a long con. You got there's
Yeah.
a
It
lot
was
of
a con.
There's a lot of tumblers that got to fall in that lock to make that work.
The listeners always remember. They'll.
I
text
don't
you
remember
what it is.
this. I probably wasn't there, to be honest.
I can't believe I remember this, but I just thought it was so bizarre. I'm like, this is what takes for people are so lame with their pickup lines. They have to fake a fight, and then guys are just like, "Oh, this is my chance to swoop in." This
Yeah, I don't remember.
But
that
wouldn't
at
you
all.
swoop in on the girl having the fight? Why would you
Right.
swoop in on a second girl who's not part of the fight?
I don't remember exactly how it went, but it seemed to
Wow.
make sense when we did it.
At the time.
Something like this happened.
Well, let's see if we can dig up that flow chart that we no doubt needed to have to get that Ocean's 11 style heist going. Does Poundcake think Jackson Mahomes is gay?
He's not out, but there were rumors. So I don't know him personally. He could be bi, but it can't be easy being a brother.
Does he play football, or he's just
No.
the brother? Okay,
He's just a brother of a superstar.
Yeah, he's Patrick Mahomes' brother.
And
okay.
I think he.
Because Patrick Mahomes isn't gay. He's got like a girlfriend, right?
Yeah,
He has
a
a
wife. Yeah.
But he still has like a bye week, Bill.
Hey.
See what I did there?
Every football player does.
Yeah.
That week where they're just like, we need to relax.
Yeah, that's right.
I haven't heard Jackson talk or anything like that, but
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
All right, listen, I have to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com, if you want to see some pictures fly through the air, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7
and fancies. Offer valid on medium or larger coffee. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Guardians baseball tonight. They're in Chicago. Lost to the White Sox last night, 8-3 at Sox Park. They are back tonight, 8:10. They'll start up. 7:40 is when that pregame will begin here on MMS. They'll finish the series tomorrow with a businessman special at 2:10. You'll hear tomorrow on WTAM 1100 and on the iHeartRadio app. And then they'll go play the Mets in New York and then come back home and host the White Sox. I'll have another 4-pack of tickets for you tomorrow, right around 3:50, if you want to go to that May 24th. You know what? Just take it off now. If you win the tickets, you're all set, you and 3 pals. If you don't win, you got a Wednesday. You got one of those free days we were talking about yesterday. What's that?
You.
What do you mean, me?
I don't know what I would do if I had nothing to do. I don't know. I probably would just be so busy I couldn't even fathom it.
First of all, nailed it. Second of all, no, I don't. I stand by my comments. I don't know what I would do. I would have to lay it out.
We came up with a couple things. Yeah.
What's that?
We came up with a couple things.
Yeah, we did. Yeah,
we would sleep until 7.
Well, all I said was that's when, if I don't set an alarm, that's when I'll wake up, or the sun will wake me up or whatever.
Comic book store, drum store, go to the movies.
Yep.
You were not team afternoon wank.
Nope.
Doesn't like to watch porno when the sun's out.
Yeah, I don't like a daytime wank feels weird.
Daytime wank is fantastic.
I'm not saying it's not. To me, it feels weird. That's a nighttime thing.
But yeah, we did only make it until about 5 p.m. in your day.
Yes. Well, then I would have.
Well, then eat dinner and.
Well, here's the problem: is I like late dinners, but I'm the only one in my universe who does. I like
9 or like midnight.
No, not midnight. No, but like more of a European thing where you go have dinner at 9. You're having fun. You're having some drinks. You're just having good conversation, whatever. But this isn't that kind of town, so. You got to have dinner, if you're going to meet friends for dinner or something. I mean, like 7 o'clock or what. I don't know.
Well, it's just dinner time.
I like late dinners. I think that's a fun nighttime
Well, you're
thing.
also hanging out with people that, there's plenty of people that want to have a late dinner.
Not that I know.
You just need younger friends.
I got plenty of, I have plenty of acquaintances who are younger. They're not going to dinner at 9 o'clock either. I understand the function of being a parent and having a kid and a babysitter. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about even before we had kids, even when I was still a single guy, there weren't people going to have 9 o'clock dinner. Half these places, I know it's post-COVID, half these places aren't even open past 9 o'clock. But, so, to recap, my free day. Hey, listen, what is rule number 1? Poundcake might know this better than anybody else. Of course, Bill Squire's been in the broadcasting game for a long time now. What is rule number 1 in broadcasting?
If it didn't happen on air, it didn't happen.
Well, that's my rule, and that's just for content. But what should be the number 1 rule for professional broadcasters?
Don't wash it in the sink.
That's rule number 2.
Okay.
Rule number 1.
Always act like the microphone's on.
Yeah, always assume the mic is on.
Always assume there's a live mic. Now, 9 times out of 10, there won't be. Red lights would normally tell you there was a live mic.
I'd say more than 9 times out of 10. I would say 99 out of 100.
I'd say 11 times out of 10. But these days, if you are a broadcaster of a certain age, and it always helps if you've got a long career behind you, your management is looking for reasons to unload pricey talent. A guy who's been on television in New York City, market number 1, WABC. This is a huge station there. It's Channel 7 in New York. A friend of mine is one of their meteorologists. A guy named Ken Rosato, who's been there a long time. He's 56, just a few years older than me. But he's had a long career in broadcasting. They fired him immediately. Like in the break, they fired this guy because on a hot mic, in a break, he called his co-anchor a "see you next Tuesday."
Ooh.
Now, I don't know what could possibly transpire that would cause you to call a coworker that. Like some people, that's a word where some people, they just like that word.
Yeah, you can't.
It's not like it slipped out. Like
You have to say
that's
that
their
with vigor.
go-to word.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. Now, again, you know, it's not 1972. There's a lot of women who don't care about that word.
Nah, that's,
But it's still a big word. Anyway, this
It's
guy
also,
was...
you're at work and like I was talking with Mary about this. She's like, did you like talking about how I was talking to my girlfriend and how
Wait, what? Who, what?
My girlfriend was a little upset with me because I made a joke about her period and she's like, did you call her a bitch or
When did
something?
this
I'm like,
happen?
He's an idiot.
yesterday.
It happened
Yeah, yesterday.
You said something yesterday and she didn't like it?
Yeah.
I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
Recap for me. I was here, but I don't recall.
Well, it wasn't on the air. This is just I was saying.
Oh. Well, then
Said
how did
he
she...
could tell she was on her period.
Yeah.
Well, then how'd she
Idiot.
know about it?
We were talking about it.
He said it was off the air.
Me and Bill were talking about it off the air. We talked during the breaks. You
Right.
don't.
No. But how did your girlfriend know about it?
No.
His girlfriend was on the period.
The girlfriend's the period joke I was making. So she didn't hear
Bill is recounting a story between him and his girlfriend to me.
to Mary.
Oh, you told her, hey, Mary and I were talking about your Aunt Flo being in town.
No.
Okay. Explain
My,
this for me.
my girlfriend
Yep.
started her period.
Yep.
I was like, oh, your period
could
started.
tell.
And I was like, I could tell.
You made the
And
joke
she's-
to
yeah.
her.
And
Gotcha.
I'm like, I could tell there were signs. And she's like, oh, that's real funny. And like got like, and she was
Because she was
kinda-
on her period. She was angry.
She was joking back to me, but like, you know, with an AC-ness.
Really?
That I was like, ooh, yeah. Like it kind of.
Yeah, but aren't you guys past that? Like period jokes?
It was just a silly thing. It wasn't this big deal. But then I was telling Mary about it, and she's like, "Yeah, we just don't want to acknowledged. Like we know how we are on it.
Because you feel gross?
We don't want it to be acknowledged really." And Mary asked if I had said you were being bitchy or called her a bitch or anything. I'm like, no, I never. I've never called my ex-wife a bitch. I don't call women that I date bitches.
Yeah,
I don't. People that
I'm
I like
not
bitches.
that. Yeah,
Not people that I
right.
like.
Term of endearment.
like I'm not that guy that like calls women, especially someone that's in my life, a bitch or a whore. Or
Yeah,
a slut
bitch is
or
a
anything
tough
like
one
that.
too, man.
Or the C word, and that's what I'm saying. So like some people, they go to that real fast, and that's just never who I've been when it comes to anyone I'm around. Really, like I don't
think I've ever
But
called
even like a coworker,
but especially like a coworker. I
Yeah,
wouldn't
you
do
don't
that.
always get along with the people that you work with. I mean, it's but this guy, yeah, they were the morning anchors. Okay, so it's not like the 11 o'clock news. I imagine, depending on what day part you're in, that probably has something to do with it too. They might be less likely to throw away a really super popular primed, 11 o'clock host or whatever. Anyway, he and Shirlene Allicott were the Eyewitness News This Morning anchors, and he was immediately let go after a hot mic caught him calling her the C. And boy, I'll tell you what, in this business, they do not mess around. You are immediately scrubbed from the website. Any mention of you with any association, I've moved around a lot in this business. When you're done, they immediately scrub you. Anybody calls, they go, we've never heard of that guy. They pretend they have no clue what's going on. It's time to move on. Even under way more innocuous circumstances than this. Anytime you read hot mic, though, these days, people assume it's a racial thing. And they were like, no, because his co-host is black. They go, no, it's got nothing to do with that.
That's sexist.
But I was going to say, imagine that's your defense. No. It wasn't racist. I called her a see you next Tuesday. They put out a very terse email at the station thanking him for his years of service. Hey, we don't even get those.
No.
When people come or go in this company, they don't even send out emails anymore.
We don't even know.
No clue. I got a text from a coworker I haven't seen in a while, but she's been with this company for a long time, and she's leaving. And I go, hey, thanks for telling me. Like she's a friend. I go, I would never have known if you hadn't told me, because I sure as hell wouldn't get an email from the company. Because I guess they think that it's bad for morale. But I'm like, you know what's really bad for morale? Not knowing who your coworkers are when half the people are working from home anyway. It's kind of nice to know who's still around. So they scrubbed this guy from everything. Before he was a news anchor, he was a Catholic priest in Florida. I love the people who do like a 180 in their career.
See you next Sunday.
I'll tell you what, I'm not even going to say it.
No, drop a seat bomb on the
No.
way there.
I was going to say see you next Sunday, but I'm not even doing that.
Too close.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yep. Alan who? Yeah, he was a priest before he became, imagine that. I don't just want to be reported on. I want to do the reporting. So he is out.
Oh, boy.
But I'll tell you what, if your Q score is high enough, especially in a place like New York, somebody will grab you. If it was a racial thing, you absolutely would not be grabbed. But sadly, because that's what it is, sexist, they're like, yeah. Somebody else at another station, news director, is going to go, she is kind of a bitch. But they let him go toot sweet. Hey, maybe he can go back to the church. They have no problem with sexism. Maybe he can become a man of the cloth again.
There you go.
But, maybe he can run for office. You know, a big story about how the new mayor of Jacksonville, Florida, and we have bureau chiefs down there in Jacksonville. The new mayor there is the first Democrat mayor in 30 years. Jacksonville is not a liberal city. That is a very conservative city. Marco Rubio won big there. Anytime there's a sheriff election, it's always a Republican who wins. But this woman, Donna Deegan, is a huge upset. I don't think they saw it coming. She's the new mayor of Jacksonville, Florida. First female and the first Democrat in 30 years. But she's a former news anchor. So if you're somebody in the media and you decide to run for office, you immediately have instant recognition because people have been watching you on television for a long time. Doesn't mean you're going to win. Didn't work for Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake out in Arizona thought she was going to be the next governor of the state because she was on TV. But unfortunately, in her case, she's bat crap crazy. And it helps to not be that. But it happens all the time where people who are like, I'm not on TV anymore, but people know who I am. You can get a lot of that get to know you out of the way if people, because not only do they know who you are, they feel a kinship with you because you've been giving them the news every night. So it's not just that, but that helps a lot. Because she came in as a big underdog. GOP in Jacksonville, Florida is like, this is in the basket. We got it. And she came from behind, and it's just more proof. People don't want all that MAGA nonsense. They don't want it. There's these MAGA dopes running for office that are losing left and right because people don't want that crap. They don't want it. DeSantis thinks he's going to run for president. He is going to get stomped. Are you going to watch Golden Bachelor, Poundcake?
I don't know what that is.
Ooh,
ABC is booting up a senior dating show. Ugh. I assumed that would be his response. Ugh.
I'm excited for the senior
dating
show.
This will bring me back to The Bachelor, and I don't know why.
I've never watched The Bachelor.
I used to love
but
The
I am
Bachelor.
going to watch Old Bachelor because I think that people
Old
are going
Bachelor.
to be
Golden Bachelor. Well, you can't spell golden without old.
Yeah.
Listen, here's the thing, too. I would like it to be...
I wish it was on like a streamer so it was uncensored.
Well, what I would like is for the age to be the only different thing. Like they're old people, but they have vocal fry. They're constantly on their phone. So ABC is betting on the Golden Bachelor this fall. ABC taking heat, by the way, because they released what they called their writer-proof schedule for the fall, and it's all just garbage reality shows. People are like, this doesn't bode well for the writer's strike, because all these networks are like, we got to find shows we can put on and that we can get by without writers. So like all the scripted shows over on ABC, they're not on the slate for the fall. So like The Connors, which is unbelievably like 7 seasons in, they're like Celebrity Jeopardy, Bachelor in Paradise, Steve Harvey, reruns of the sitcoms that do well, Shark Tank. It's just going to be game shows and dumbass reality programming. But Golden Bachelor, a man and a group of women, all north of 60. And they've been talking about this for a while, and I bet that the pandemic is what put that off. They were like, oh, our whole cast is dead.
I like it.
Oh, I think it's going to be great.
Are they going to do old people stuff?
I hope.
Bingo dates and...
No. But again, I would like
dinner
the
at
age...
4:30.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
Not skydiving. I would like the age thing to be the only variable that's different. I still want them to have, like, the fantasy suite.
Oh, I think they'll still probably have
dude,
all
they're
that.
just going to be the horniest people.
Yeah.
Everyone's got STDs.
Divorcees.
Yeah.
They got grown kids. I
Yup.
mean, come on.
They said that more than 40% of the Bachelor audience is older than 55. And that's the demographic. I was surprised by that, too.
That's
That's
a lot.
the demographic breakout of that show now. Because I think people in the age group of the contestants are like, oh, God, there's a billion of these shows now. So they can go, there's probably one on TikTok they can watch. But, you know, that's probably more a function of the fact that that's just who's watching network TV.
Yeah.
Is up, 55 and up. But Golden Bachelor, you'll peek in, right? I'll peek in on it. Yeah.
I'm going to check it out.
Yeah. Here's a clip.
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Oh, Grandma, I miss you.
Boner.
So line up for that, because that'll be fun. But ABC dropped their writer-proof schedule yesterday. That's got to feel good. I got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, do it in a text, 35192. Guardians baseball tonight. A little bit of Corey Roddick before the game. 8:10 is the first pitch from Chicago. 7:40 the pregame will get going.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app.